The cream is called Skin Light, one of the popular skin lightening creams on the Ghanaian market. Its active ingredients are hydroquinone, mometasone, and tretinoin. Hydroquinone belongs to the class of skin lightening agents that work by decreasing the amount of melanin that is responsible for the darkening of the skin. But these ingredients would one day leave its users with grave health conditions, including kidney failure, liver challenges, and skin cancer. Reason the Food and Drugs Authority has banned some of these skin lightening creams.
For some, it's deliberate. It's intentional. They know what they are doing. They want their children to be fair. That's why they use these cosmetic products. Because they also contain skin lightening agents, which are toxic when they are used over a long time. As we talk, hydroquinone containing skin lightening cosmetics are not permitted as cosmetics anymore by the FDA Ghana. It can be sold as medicinal products in pharmaceutical outlets because of the need of this ingredient for certain skincare conditions.
Carol says she's aware of the long-term use of these products and the implications for her children, but she has found an unorthodox way around it. For a fishmonger, the cost of the bleaching creams is a huge drain on her income.
Why natural?
Obianche, mina because me penkwa the best Ntimiana mikotoy. Enu binani na nasila. Ntimiana mikotoy.
Aya, onye worried say bia ode nkuni straw mo ingredient no betimi aha omo dache.
Enu de minimum. Say betimi aha omo. Nenso anopa mislo muzanaju mu sla powder edida anopa no mas la anaju powder.
But she's not the only one neck deep in this creeping public health threat. Another mother who pleaded anonymity says keeping the skin of children fair is a big deal to many parents here in Choko. According to her, some mothers go to the extent of using a hydrochloride bleach.
I'm a use of Parazole. I'm a bleach of a Parazole.
Parazole, like, how do they do it?
I'm mada lo Parazole. I'm a bahe. I'm a back pale raw. I'm a baho. I'm a chumi heat me. To 30 minutes. It was 30 minutes. La chaba chale. Okay, the kwebeke ajui. Make my own acid fuel photo. I'm a mummy. Ni ameke po ame kona fira me yachu
usually like akekpa beken bibi ahe alo
para most Parazole akekpa beken bi ahe mujime ni na wa na akekpa beken bi bona e wo ba na beken bi oni da ko ikule ina stretch marks ebi feel red.
She lists the many banned creams that are used in the lightening of the skin of children. She says lightening the skin of their children is considered a status symbol.
Usually
mere creams ni kefio ame use.
Usually I'm use Skin Light, Paw, Viva White, Pure Skin, Gold Skin, Pure White Gold.
Head of Cosmetics at the Food and Drugs Authority, Emmanuel Nkrumah, says hypochlorite, popularly known as Parazole, is not designed to touch the skin. Using such a bleach could be extremely harmful to children.
Parazole, that's the name that's been given to it, but it's a brand. The actual name is bleach. That is hypochlorite bleach. Hypochlorite bleach is not made to touch the skin, right? It's for floors, surfaces, to disinfect surfaces. And it's a very harmful chemical. It's even in that category, it's one of the high-risk categories in this class. And so when you use such a product on your skin, it's very dangerous. even when you are using it to clean the floor, there are very serious precautions as to the protective clothing or hand gloves, etc. that you have to use, and the mode of use and application is also clearly indicated on the label. It's very important, and it has to be followed. So it's not a skin care product or preparation.
Some people usually associate fair skin with beauty, purity, and affluence. Those studies on bleaching of the skin of children in Ghana are limited. The World Health Organization reveals that more than a third of the population tone their skin. Bleaching of the skin is present in many African countries, with Mali pegged at 25%, while 77% of the Nigerian population use skin lightening products. Gynecologist and former Deputy General Secretary of the Ghana Medical Association, Titus Bayo, says some nursing mothers are engaged in bleaching their newborn babies. He provides an insight into why such mothers engage in the act.
I think I have had experience with mothers seeking to bleach the newborns. What I haven't encountered so much is people trying to bleach the baby whilst it's inside of the womb. That I haven't personally had an encounter with mothers like that, but I've had mothers who've had concerns about the color of or the complexion of their newborn babies. And some think there will be suspicion of infidelity. Others want some designer babies that have a particular color and therefore want to do anything to get the baby to get fairer.
He, however, paints a grim and worrying impact of the practice, one that's irreversible.
I mean, you can imagine the very obvious health consequences. Some do know about them. I doubt anybody will be completely ignorant that there are health risks associated with bleaching they themselves and the newborn. And for those who are not aware, they must know that there are serious health consequences to the mother that is doing the bleaching, especially if you are an expectant mother and you are bleaching whilst you are still pregnant. That has even more catastrophic effects on you, right from all the steroid issues. The baby could come out with symptoms of virilization, where if it's like a female fetus, depending on what was used for the bleaching, you can have male features as a baby, and sometimes may lead to a phenomenon we call in medical terms ambiguous genitalia, where at birth it may even be a little difficult for the doctors or birth attendants to identify the sex of the baby, because if you are using some steroids and they are the male type of steroids and they are in excess, you can have the clitoris of a female baby becoming so big that you may think it's the male phallus.
In 2018, the Food and Drugs Authority raised a public health alert over expectant mothers relying on cosmetic pills to bleach their unborn babies. Dr. Emmanuel Nkrumah is head of cosmetics at the authority.
Glutathione has a way of doing that, but the glutathione itself is not registered as a cosmetic product to be used for skin lightening, because anything that you take in, whether oral or you inject, ceases to be a cosmetic product. It turns to be a drug, because the pathway is different from that of a cosmetic product.
There are fears some women are now resorting to intravenous bleach, where chemicals are injected into the bloodstream. The agents of this practice are the beauty and cosmetics clinics dotted in cosmopolitan neighborhoods. The investigative team engaged some of these clinics, and this is how much they charge per session.
seriousness and God forbid anything happens, you're always going to blame the day.
Okay.
Yeah. And also, it's true, we're mixing it with thousands of millions. I don't want to overfill her, especially because she's pregnant.
Dr. Bayu notes that the springing up of these clinics is worrying. He observed that bleaching through intravenous bleaching substances has far-reaching implications for every part of the body.
I think we should be very concerned about it, and I'm hoping that the regulatory agencies would quickly step in. Here I'm talking about the Health Facilities Regulatory Agency, I'm talking about the FDA, and other regulatory authorities that are in this space, because not even to expectant mothers, so anybody at all that are at risk of these medications. And now it's bleaching has gone high-tech.
Former Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Nsiasari, believes the time to crack down on the operations is now.
I don't believe they are actual clinics. Most of them, I'm sure, are beauty parlors and beauty salons. I'm also worried about it because I see people even advertising boldly. And now everybody puts stethoscopes around the neck and this thing. So we are not even sure. I'm not very sure if it's owned and manned by health professionals. Anybody who goes into the body of the person, into the vein, or give any medication should be qualified to do so. So I know that HEFRA, which regulates such clinics, hospitals, maternity homes, and hospitals, some of us have asked them to go around and find out if these areas are actually registered.
Mr. Nkrumah's worry, however, is that many of the active ingredients in these skin lightening creams have been banned by the FDA and are toxic for its users.
That practice is not permitted, because if it is, then the Medical and Dental Council will have to approve either the individual who is doing that practice as a professional who has the requisite education and background to do that, or the facility will also have to be licensed by HEFRA to be able to do that. Then it means the details of whatever practice that goes in there has been seen and approved by the regulators for that matter.
Across Ghana, in communities big and small, ordinary people are doing extraordinary things. This is the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2026, celebrating those who are changing lives, shaping futures, and building hope. From Bimbila in the northern region, Faith Jakpasu is transforming classrooms through innovation, inclusive learning, and life-changing initiatives for students, teachers, and vulnerable communities. From Aflao in the Volta region, Felix Akakpo is building schools, supporting students, and investing in the future of an entire community. In health, from Winneba in the central region, Amos Ando is turning his personal battle with sickle cell into a national movement for awareness, prevention, and policy change. From Nkwanta in the Oti region, Bless Lantam is delivering life-changing healthcare to hard-to-reach communities, even in the face of conflict. From Insawame Dwejiri in the eastern region, Antonio Say is restoring mobility, dignity, and opportunity through prosthetics and outreach across Ghana. From Adenta in the Greater Accra region, Valerie Ajatia is empowering amputees with hope, rehabilitation, and the courage to rebuild their lives. From Anyanui and Noga in the Volta region, Reverend Christian Valeto is rescuing, treating, and reintegrating neglected mental health patients back into society. From Akuse in the eastern region, Alberta Aite is mentoring, educating, and empowering over 1,000 girls to dream beyond limitations. From Breku in the central region, Isabella Akwabwa fighting period poverty and equipping women and girls with skills for independence. In Wash, from Sirigu in the Upper East region, Dr. Anthony Akunzule is improving livelihoods through clean water, education, and economic opportunities for women. From Akache in the Volta region, Senyor Bomita is transforming communities through schools, clean water, healthcare access, and youth empowerment. And for the Corporate Partner Award from the Cape Coast Youth Development Association is empowering thousands of young people through education, skills training, and community development. These are not just finalists. These are change makers. They are nation builders. They are Ghana's true heroes. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impacts. Who takes this home?
The 2026 Joy News Impact Makers Awards is brought to you by Ghana CEO Summit, a decade of leadership impact. Labadi Beach Hotel, Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. Abakun, Services Bebre, New Crystal Hospital, growing in good health. Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability. Water Aid Ghana, change starts with water. Ghana Chamber of Mines.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the AM show on Joy News. Wherever you are, from Pusiga all the way to Cape 3 Point, we say thank you for making us part of your morning. It's another week and we are glad that you're joining us for the breakfast. We begin on the edge of a growing security crisis in West Africa. Mali, long plagued by insurgencies linked to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State, is back in focus following the reported killing of its defense minister in what many describe as a coordinated militant attack near Bamako. Now, it raises fresh concerns about stability across the Sahel and the potential ripple effect for countries closer to home, including our beautiful Ghana. Now, we understand that once the security defense or the defense minister is killed, he is one of the closest guys to power, and if he's taken out, it begs the question, where is the president? Is he safe? Well, we'll delve into that. Now, back here, questions are mounting over persistent power outages. Yesterday, mine went off for about 3 times. And when you read social media, a lot of people are asking questions. And authorities say it's as a result of routine maintenance. But many Ghanaians fear a return of dumsor. Is this planned downtime or a deeper energy challenge unfolding? And what must we do to avert any potential dumsor, or in the dumsor in the severest form? And on the legal front, a coalition of 12 civil society organizations is seeking to join a Supreme Court case involving the Office of the Special Prosecutor as amicus curiae, a move they say is necessary to protect Ghana's anti-corruption framework. The implications could be far-reaching. Joining us to unpack these issues this morning include Dr. Victor Doke. He's a lecturer at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. Victoria Bright is a former legal advisor to former President Akufo. She's a lawyer and an entrepreneur now. Dr. James Kwabena-Bonfair, CEO of Census and a lecturer at the UPSA, and Lom Nuku Alija is lawyer and lecturer and also energy expert. They will be joining us to unpack all the issues for you this morning. Daniel Ni Kwate Titles Glover is also a former Greater Accra Regional Minister and MPP's national organizer aspirant. He'll be joining us on the show this morning. We will also discuss other matters on the news review, plus other updates on what's trending. Derek and Jackie, well, they will be here. But before all that, we have the latest in news for you here on the show. Please do stay with us. Let's start with the AM news and a major shake-up in the energy sector as the Minister for Energy and Green Transition, John Abdullahi Jenapo, has directed the CEO of Ghana Grid Company to step aside pending investigations into the fire outbreak at the Akosua Power Control Center. The development comes alongside significant leadership changes within Electricity Company of Ghana in the Ashanti region, signaling growing concerns over electricity distribution and management. And this is coming days after some supporters of the NDC started on a campaign on social media that some of these people could be aligned to the MPP, and so there's a possible sabotage there. These details were posted by the government. The details about the reshuffle were posted by the Government Communication Minister Felix Kwachi Ofosu on his X handle. Let's bring you that. It says Minister of Energy and Green Transition has asked the CEO of GRIDCo to step aside pending investigations into fire incident at Akosua Power Control Center. Also, there has been a major shake-up in the leadership of the ECG in the Ashanti region. At 2 p.m. tomorrow, which is today, Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Honorable John Jenapo, will hold a major briefing on recent development in electricity distribution. Well, we'll get to hear what their, the initial findings with regards to the fire at the Akosua substation will be, and also what is informing all of these major shake-up. You get to hear much more of it at 2 p.m. today. Away from that, Precious Mining Ghana Limited has reaffirmed its commitment to community development, commissioning a 120-bed girls' dormitory for Ayamfore Senior High School and a community center at Wasai Kropong through its Edikan Trust Fund. Company General Manager Alexander Odro says the project, along with 3 others, demonstrates its sustained investment in improving lives within its operational areas.
Precious Mining Ghana Limited, through its Edikan Trust Fund, commissioned a 120-bed capacity girls' dormitory for the Ayamfore Senior High School. The general manager of the company, Alexander Odro, indicated that the initiative reflects its commitment to sustainable development through corporate social responsibility.
At Precious Mining, we recognize that our responsibility goes beyond mining operations. As a company operating in this community, we believe strongly that sustainable development must be shared responsibility. This is why corporate social responsibility and its sustainability remains a key pillar of our operations. Education in particular is an area we consider extremely important. We therefore believe that investing in education is one of the most effective ways of empowering communities and creating opportunities for future generations. As a company, Precious Mining remains committed to working with our host communities to support initiatives that promote education, health, economic empowerment, and community development.
The Member of Parliament for Upper Dentra West, Rudolph Amwaku-Jampa, commended the company for the impactful intervention.
I wish to extend my deepest appreciation to Precious Mining Company Limited and Edican Trust Fund. The commissioning of this modern dormitory and the various other projects is a testament to what I call corporate social responsibility in action. By investing in the comfort and safety of our students and health workers, you are investing in the very future of our constituency and this nation as a whole. On behalf of the people of Upper Dentra West, I extend a heartfelt thank you to Precious Mining Company Limited and Edican Trust Fund.
The company also commissioned a community center at Wase Kropong, where the board chairman of Precious Mining Ghana Limited, Nana Prajin Sim VI, highlighted the importance of the facility.
To have meetings, members of the committee to use it for educational purposes, health purposes, and the general community concerns can be discussed at the center. This was very well received by us, and it decided to honor His Majesty with an edifice costing 2.5 million cedis.
The chief of Wase Kropong, Tetrete Okuama Sichim I, expressed appreciation to the company for the support.
Maintenance cost. You maintenance. The give house we maintenance. Them say more for can. Here we no agree. So mo say mbako ano na ni hu ni no. Sa penalty. Them gidi say be ko any masense.
From Wase Kropong, Abigail Lissel and Nkrumah reports for Joy News.
Now, the principal of Commander College of Education, Kwesi Inkum Wilson, has described mission-based education as a critical approach to tackling youth unemployment in Ghana. Delivering a lecture as part of activities marking the 150th anniversary of Infantimum School, he emphasized that mission-based education is value-driven and promotes key qualities needed to enhance employability and strengthen leadership.
150 years. Infantimum School has consistently shaped minds through mission-based education. As part of its 150th anniversary celebration, the school held a sesquicentennial lecture during its Founders' Day weekend. The chairman of the Infantimum 150th Anniversary Planning Committee, John Yamwa, highlighted the impacts of mission-based education in the country's history.
This evening's lecture, titled Faith-Led Education and Nation Building, the Legacy of Missionary Schools in Shaping Ghana's Leadership and Development. It's both timely and instructive. It invites us to reflect on the foundational role of mission-based education in Ghana's history, how value-driven instruction, discipline, and moral formation have contributed to producing leaders of character and service. It also challenges us to consider how these principles can be sustained and reinterpreted within contemporary educational frameworks to continue shaping national development.
Delivering the lecture, the principal of Commander College of Education and old students, Very Reverend Professor Kwesi Inkum Wilson, underscored the importance of the school's motto.
Adwin Shakan, Chair. Dwin Shakan is a Koine fancy phrase, which means think and look ahead. In other words, be forward-looking. It conveys the idea of foresight, rigorous critical thinking, and strategic preparation for the future. I dare propose that Dwin Shakan is a lifestyle. Ghana stands to benefit greatly if we Dwin Shakan, having galamsey and corruption on my mind.
He also emphasized the role of mission schools in helping to address youth unemployment in Ghana.
Today, as Ghana confronts challenges of youth unemployment, moral decline, and leadership deficit, the legacy of mission schools offers critical lessons, implying that education must be value-driven, not merely about certificates. Leadership must be ethical and service-based. Schools must cultivate critical thinking and national consciousness. It is on this basis, as all students, we are the custodians of this legacy. Permit me, Chair, to at this juncture make some personal and underlining this personal proposition to guide us for the next 50 years.
The theme for the anniversary is Infansipim at 150, a legacy of excellence, leadership and service to inspire the future. From Cape Coast, Abigail Lisol-Nkrumah reports for Joy News.
Now, Vice President Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman has reaffirmed government's commitment to the Sankana traditional area, announcing support for roads, classrooms, learning materials, and free sanitary pads during the Kalibi Gangla Festival. The visit highlights a community shift from historic resistance to a renewed push for development, healthcare, and dignity. Rafiq Salam reports.
The rhythmic beat of the xylophone Ojile echoed across the Sankana Basic School Park as chiefs, adorned in flowing smokes and caps, sat in state. Drummers, dancers, and horse riders filled the arena, jockeying in spectacular fashion. This is Kalibi Gangla, the annual festival of the Sankana traditional area. The sun is bright and scorchy, but the attendees defied it with pride, memory, and expectation. For the chiefs and people of Sankana in the Upper West region, Kalibi Gangla is more than a cultural showcase. It is a homecoming, a time to renew allegiance to the paramountcy, rekindle bonds of kinship, and take stock of the years gone by. At the festival ground that overlooks the Sankana Dam, better known as Sanka Beach, speaker after speaker recount history while the youth listen, masquerades dance, and duty bearers plan for the future. But Kalibi is also a memorial. It commemorates one of the proudest moments in the area's history, the defeat of slave raiders led by the infamous Babatu and Samur in 1896. Paramount Chief of Sankana, Na Pagarani Sakwe Mona III, recounted how the valiant Dagaba of Sankana stood firm and turned back those marauding slave raiders. The Paramount Chief noted that Sankana's resistance was pivotal in halting the southward advance of slave expeditions that had terrorized communities across the north.
Would we all be here today as proud and free Ghanaians? At Sankana, the brave Dagaba warriors capitalized on the natural rock formations and the rich labyrinth of caves found in the area to confound the Samari-led Mandi warriors in a guerrilla warfare.
It is a history that the people guard fearlessly, retold each year to remind the younger generation of the price of freedom. True to tradition, this year's Kalibi also became a forum for development. In his address, Na Pagarani Sakwe Mona III laid bare the challenges confronting his people.
Somewhere in 2018, our hopes were heightened when we learned that the then government had secured a facility for dredging and upgrading irrigation systems of the dam. However, those hopes were dashed when we waited for time without end to see that project come to reality. We would be grateful if our dam could be saved from collapse.
Vice President Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, who a couple of years ago was ensconced as a development queen mother under the skin name Pogna Pirima, graced the festival in a vibrant kaba and slit, assuring the gathering that government was listening to their challenges.
It is worth recalling that tomatoes were once cultivated here on a large scale. There is an opportunity to revise this.
She outlined ongoing projects in the area, including school infrastructure, roads, and agriculture, and pledged that the concerns raised will be fixed.
And I'm happy to note that the road from Wa through Tumu to Navrongo is currently under construction. Furthermore, work has started on the Wa to Solar Road. Sites for the 24-hour markets for MMDCs have been identified and work is set to begin. Another priority is improved school infrastructure in Sankana, including learning facilities and sanitation.
Speaker of Parliament Albanso Manakinsford Bagwin went a step further, responding directly to the Paramount Chief's appeal.
And I want to assure you that government is committed to the dredging of the Sankana Dam. This is to expand not only the water for the purpose of farming, but also for the purpose of potable water, a small water, or what we call rural water system for Sankana and its surrounding villages.
He announced a €4 million support package from the European Union for the Share Park project, an initiative aimed at boosting the share value chain and creating jobs, especially for women.
And the EU is supporting Ghana with €4 million to start with, and they are already sent the money to Ghana, and the ministry will sign an agreement with the body they want to partner with here, and they were present here in Sankana at the launch, the Global Share Alliance.
The festival also saw two distinguished guests honored and skinned into the Sankana tradition. Pan-Africanist and legal scholar Professor P.L.O. Lumumba was skinned as Tangwana, while Speaker Alban Babin was adored under the name Nayelimini Yelkabare Kunkwewo. A visible move, Professor Lumumba thanked the chiefs and people for the honor.
That as I go out into the world, I will be conscious of the fact that enskinment is a duty and a trust. And at all times I shall endeavor to be of good conduct, that I may never shame the people of Sankana.
For Sankana, Kalibi has once again served its dual purpose, handling a path of courage and charting a future of progress. Reporting for Kojo News, Rafik Salam, Sankana.
Well, the technical advisor to the Ministry of Education, the Venerable Professor George Ketio-Dro, has advocated a more technology-driven approach to teacher education as key to bridging digital gaps in Ghana's education sector. Highlighting challenges affecting the sector, he emphasized the need for strategic and targeted partnerships, describing them as crucial to advancing technology-driven teacher education in the country. He made the remarks at the 30th Congregation of the University of Education, Winneba.
University of Education, Winneba, held its 30th congregation under the theme Empowering Minds, Rethinking Education for Sustainable Development, conferring various degrees on a total of 7,951 students during its second session. The Chancellor of the University, Nyenyi Gate VII, urged the institution to move beyond its traditional mandate and evolve into a problem-solving hub.
This moment also calls for reflection within the University of Education, Winneba. We must move beyond the traditional mandate of producing graduates. We must become a problem-solving institution, one that aligns teaching, research, and engagement with the real needs of society. We must train graduates who understand not only theory, but application, not only knowledge, but impact. We must prioritize research that delivers impact, spanning public sector efficiency, innovation systems, entrepreneurship, and private sector growth. and ensure that our findings do not remain in journals, but actively shape policy, unlock enterprise, and create jobs.
For his part, the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Stephen Jobson Mitchell, charged the graduates to uphold integrity in their various fields and remain guided by the university's motto.
Let knowledge become service, and service become transformation. Uphold our motto, education for service. Let integrity guide you, excellence define you, and humility sustain you. In a rapidly changing world of ours, remain lifelong learners, adaptive, innovative, and forward-looking.
Let's do business updates now. Group Chief Executive Officer of the Bank of Africa BMCE Group, Amin Boabed, has announced plans by the bank to scale up support for small and medium-sized enterprises as part of efforts to boost job creation across its markets. He made the remarks at a cocktail reception held in his honor during an official visit to Ghana, where he engaged with key stakeholders, including clients, partners, and senior management of the bank.
For us, it's the future of the country, because this is a big recruiter and it creates employment, and we know how much we suffer here in terms of unemployment in this country. So definitely we need to play the game and to go to SMEs to help this country develop the factories, the manufacturing industry, and not rely on import for basic goods. So the idea is to go and to help SMEs, to finance them in order to start developing a lot of things. I think Ghana is one of the champions in the region. We are very happy with that, and we hope that this growth will continue.
And that's it in Business Update. And that's how we wrap up the AM News for you today. Up next here on the show is AM Sports.
We'll bring you sports now on the AM show with me, Muftau Nabila Abla. It is 45 days to the FIFA World Cup happening in the USA, Mexico, and Canada. Have you secured your slot yet from Litina Travels? If you haven't, walk to their offices right now and have a conversation with them. Secure your package to experience the FIFA World Cup. That will take place in the USA, Mexico, and Canada. Ghana will play against Panama, England, and Croatia. They opened their campaign on June 17 before coming up against England on June 23. They'll wrap up their final group game on June 27. Litina Travel have got a variety of packages for all manner of clients who are interested in witnessing the FIFA World Cup. If you buy a package, that package will come with a visa application process fee that will be taken care of by them, as well as your flight ticket, your accommodation, internal shuttle to experience the FIFA World Cup. There are also going to be lots of business networking opportunities for those of us who are interested in the business angle of the FIFA World Cup. About 8 to 10 million people are expected to assemble in the US during the World Cup. And this is an opportunity for businesses to go and market themselves to the rest of the world. You can get in touch with Litina on 0244-260-789, 0244-260-789, or walk to their office at Aliza Hotel and have a conversation with them. And also, there's one aspect of this game that is always the ultimate. It is a semi-final and the final of the FIFA World Cup. And only few agencies are authorized by FIFA to be able to secure tickets for the semi-final and the final of this tournament. March Hospitality Experience in Ghana, they are the only agency who have been authorized by FIFA to get tickets for people who want to experience the World Cup at the semi-final and the final stage. And they have a small batch of tickets for people who are interested in that. The semi-final will be happening on July 14 and July 15, while the final will be happening on July 19. So get in touch with March Hospitality Experience. You call us on 055-15-11119, 055-15-11119, and secure your tickets to witness the World Cup at the semi-final and the final stage. You can also send us an email, sales@marchexphospitality.com, sales@marchexphospitality.com, or visit our website, www.marchexphospitality.com, and buy your tickets to experience the World Cup at the semi-final and the final stage. Now let's bring you stories that are happening within and around the continent. Ghana's Black Starlets will be coming up pretty soon in the CAF Under-17 Championship. They are currently in Côte d'Ivoire to play some friendly matches, back-to-back friendly matches against Côte d'Ivoire. Ghana is in a group that has Senegal and Algeria. However, head coach of the team, Prosper Nathel-Ogo, insists that the boys will be ready for the challenge to secure qualification to the next edition of the CAF Under-17 tournament, which will be happening in 2027.
They come with a lot of physicality, a lot of technique. They play within a structure, very athletic, and they can punish you on any good day. If you look at South Africa, they also come with some physicality. They are also technically good. They play a lot of quick, fast counter-attack football. That is if you stay very high. Algeria, we all know, are a very technical side. They are not that physical, but then technically they are good. Tactically, they know what they are doing. They play a lot from the wide areas. Wing play, they try to tease you in and then send the ball wide and then bring in the crosses. So if you look at these three teams, they all have some characteristics that are unique to them and to their game model. All that we have to do is to look at the fine details of their tactical structure and then make sure that we are able to adapt to it very well. Make sure that we prevent them from using their strong weapons within their tactical structure to punish us, whilst at the same time we look at their weaknesses and also take advantage and then punish them.
I know certainly you'll be working together with your video analysts to get videos of these, countries, watch them, get to know how they build up, how they transition and all those things. But before you do that, let me find out, were you expecting to meet these countries in the draw? Because obviously going into a draw, everybody may have something at the back of his mind that I would want to meet A or B. Were you expecting to meet Senegal, Algeria, and South Africa?
Not at all. I mean, we never knew which country we were likely to meet. But the interesting and strangely, I always use South Africa as an example at training. So when the draw was done and then South Africa was in our group. The backroom staff, the players, they were all saying, Coach, you've been mentioning South Africa, and then we are in their group. So we actually didn't expect to meet these teams, but then irrespective of that, or nevertheless, we are ready for them.
It is happening on May 13 to June 2, 2026, rather. The next story is what is going to happen in 2027. And Ghana will be the host of the Under-20 African Cup of Nations. That will be happening in 2027. The president of the Ghana Football Association, Ket Okreko, he has confirmed, he took to his social media pages to announce that Ghana is the host of the 2027 CAF Under-20 competition. Ghana won the tournament in 2021 when it was staged in Mauritius. And though the country did not participate in the FIFA Under-20 World Cup due to the COVID at the time, many people actually believe that with the country hosting the tournament 2027, Ghana will be able to qualify and participate in the Under-20 Championship. Ghana has not participated in the FIFA Under-20 World Cup in a mighty long while. The last time Ghana was actually there was as far back as 2015. That is about 11 years ago. And Ghana will be seeking to be among the top 4 countries that will be qualifying to participate in the 2027 CAF Under-20 Cup of Nations that will be hosted by Ghana. And we get the level here. To some Ghana Premier League news. About 4 years ago, the Ghana Football Association banned AshantiGold. They banned them for alleged match fixing. This was because they were caught in a web of match fixing involving the entire lives. The Ghana Football Association banned the club, demoted them to Division 2, which is the 3rd tier of Ghana football, and also banned its members, Emmanuel Frimpong and Dr. Kweko Frimpong, the duo, father and son, who were running the club. 2 months after the ban imposed on them by the Ghana Football Association, these two continued to run the affairs of the club. At the 29th Congress of the Ghana Football Association, Congress decided to expel the club completely from Ghana football. However, something interesting happened. Some people within the club who had resources decided to put together some resources and went to buy a Division 1 club known as Bekwai FC and changed the name of the club to AshantiGold. They submitted the purchase of the club to the Ghana Football Association and requested that they wanted the name changed to AshantiGold. This was duly approved by the Ghana Football Association. When they changed the name from Bekwai FC to AshantiGold, they decided to use the same jersey AsGold were using, the same logo AsGold were using, and the same venue of AsGold. About 3 months ago, they engaged the services of former Kumasi Asante Kotoko head coach Abdul Karim Zito when they felt that they were close to securing qualification to the Ghana Premier League. And now they achieved that with 3 matches more to spare when they defeated Sky FC by 4-0 on Sunday. AshantiGold back to the Ghana Premier League. However, the previous records that were held by the AshantiGold that was expelled from Ghana football no longer hold because they cannot be associated with this club. This club only had its name changed from Bekwai FC to AshantiGold FC. AsGold won the Ghana Premier League in 2015, and that record cannot be associated with this current club that has now qualified to participate in the Ghana Premier League. However, they'll be using the same jerseys AsGold were using before they were expelled. They are using the same venue. They are using the same logo AsGold were using before they were expelled from Ghana football. Now, let's talk FIFA World Cup. AFCON, a travel and tour agency, they have launched their packages for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. My colleague, Penty Newton-Jojo, was there and has more in this report.
The company's head office in Accra, the Fly Now Pay Later promo in partnership with the Universal Merchant Bank has been announced as part of a special World Cup package for fans. Speaking to Joy Sports, chairman of Nanrock Group, Nana Quantin explained their credit plan for fans.
What we sought to do this evening is to develop a unique product. For the everyday Ghanaian like me, I don't have to take 300,000 or 100,000 or 30,000 to buy a ticket. All I need to have is to have a payment plan. And that payment plan is what we are offering Ghanaians this evening. And we are giving the opportunity to the general public. Come, plan with us, and we are willing to give you tickets or full package on credit. I mean, it's a simple, straightforward thing. And we look forward in doing business with the general public. Okay?
Also speaking to Joy Sports, managing partner of the AFCON, Raman Malhotra highlights the aim of the launch.
AFCON, we are very happy to launch this venture today. The objective, as we have been talking since evening, is to ease the travel for everybody who has an aspiration to travel, but because of some financial means, they are not able to do. The intent is that, when you want to be with the loved ones, when you want to be at a place where your family needs you, don't wait and delay your travel because of financial needs. We are here to take care of your needs with a commitment that when you want to travel, we will take care of your needs. And our bank partner, UMB, they will come to your support. And then as you come back after meeting your family, taking care of business, what you want to travel for, you come back and then you are at ease to pay as per the terms and conditions. The launch of this event today is to take care of our friends in Ghana, our brothers, sisters who want to travel to the US, to Mexico to support the Ghana Black Star team. This is the right opportunity for us to launch this activity, but our endeavor is to help each and every Ghanaian in their travel, whether it is domestic, whether it is international, what kind of travel they want to do. We are always there for them. Thank you.
The group head of personal and business banking of Universal Merchant Bank, Asabia Kisi-Boateng, expands on their partnership with AFCON.
UMB is a partner to AFCON. We have come together to just make the lives of Ghanaians easy. We have decided that we need to be innovative. We need to get as many Ghanaians interested in supporting the Black Stars at the World Cup as possible. We are coming together as partners, financing partners. Together, we have created this product called Fly Now, Pay Later, so that every Ghanaian will not have any limitation as to why they cannot fly to support the Black Stars.
AFCON Travel and Tours is offering fans a chance to watch the World Cup at discount prices with their Fly Now, Pay Later packages. Reporting for Joy Sports, Penty Jijo, Accra.
Let me take you to England and bring you highlights of how Chelsea made it to the final of the FA Cup after beating Leeds United by 1-0, while Manchester City, they had to come from behind in the last 10 minutes of their tie against Southampton to win by 2-1 to also reach the final of this year's competition. We're wrapping up with highlights of some selected Premier League matches, but before that, two Joy Sports team members were ranked among the top 2 and 3 and 5 and 6 in the world, or in the Africa, by ASPS in the recent AIPS Awards. Mubarak Haruna and Joseph Ayinga Walter. Mubarak Haruna, his piece on Abigail Kwatin, the lady who became Ghana's first lady to win a world title. That story was ranked 2nd. And his documentary on scars of hooliganism was ranked 5th in Africa by AIPS. That is it. So Mubarak Haruna, he took 2nd and 5th spots in the AIPS African Media Awards 2025 continental ranking for video athlete profile and video documentary categories. For that of Joseph Ayinga Walter, he did a piece on this young student from the University of Cape Coast who participated in the Gusa Games. He is visually impaired, but he plays goal ball. And that story was ranked 3rd, it was ranked 3rd by AIPS Africa in the continental rankings. Whilst the other story that he did, a feature on a young man who is in Ashaiman. He is physically challenged, but that has not deterred him from grooming the next generation of football talents. And that story was ranked 6th by AIPS. Congratulations to the two of them for making Joy Sports Park. Now, I'll leave you with highlights of how Newcastle United lost 1-0 to Arsenal, and Liverpool also won their game against Crystal Palace by 3-1. After the highlights, the newspaper review is coming your way up next on the AM show.
It's really going to be a test of their physical and mental strength for these last 5 games of the season for these Arsenal players, but you've got to treat every game like a cup final, Max. It's, you've got to win it by as many as you can.
Here's Guimaraes taking aim. Raya was happy to wave that one over the crossbar, but it's the second time that Newcastle have got themselves into a really promising position. Madueke finding Kai Havertz. There's Etta! Oh, that's a stunner! And that one is right off the training grounds. He is the difference maker that Arsenal have been craving. And with that goal, there was the invention, the instinct, and the magic provided by Ebere Eze. Willock finding Voltemada over the top. There's Wissa. And there goes a huge chance for Newcastle United to equalise.
That is a golden chance from Wissa.
Martinelli's been able to take that one in his stride. There is Bukayo Saka. A first couple of touches for him on his return. Saka! It would have been dream stuff, having missed the last 5 games for the Gunners. Rice, deeper delivery. Gabriel was arriving. Wasn't quite full for Martinelli, who did try the spectacular. Straight at Nick Pope.
Tell you what, that's a good effort. He misses the first one, Martinelli. He spins around, the ball's popped up and bounced by his head.
Anticipation whenever he collects. It's Ødegaard! And it was beaten away by Pope.
He's decided to go down at the near post, Ødegaard. I think that might have been creeping in at that near, but Pope's got it well covered. Would have been close.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hey! Is your tech holding you back? Feeling lost in the maze of outdated gadgets? Relax. Come with me to Configure.
See magic. Now I've been international fashion designer. No more pencil than talk matter beer. Configure. Class in
Oh, number one.
Ghana, we don't just sell electronics, we transform your life. From office to home appliances and more, we have everything you need to step into the future.
Configure, class in Kwa. Configure, number one.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Cadbury hot chocolate, crafted from cocoa, milk, and sugar. Creamy, chocolatey, frothy goodness, rich taste, so satisfying.
Cadbury goodness, the treats you deserve every day.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring GRIDCo! Let's bring... You did it for you.
Cut! Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley AFCON.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Shield silicone paint repels water, dispels water vapor, is washable, self-cleaning, and durable. Now, you can appreciate how and why Shield silicone paint is super strong and thus able to do what other paints cannot do. Shield silicone paint from Azar Group since 1921.
Oh, my happiness in seeing my sister being given more. Good morning. Let's start the AM the news review segment with what the papers are reporting in Emefa. Akosua is here. Emefa, hi. How are you?
Hi, Kojo. Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm well. Seeing that they are giving you more work is my joy.
The day will definitely come to an end. Anyway, so let me run you quickly through the newspapers. Kojo, you have a packed show this morning, especially on your desk on the matters arising. So quickly, the Daily Guide this morning is reporting first the Buankra Inland Port critical to economic change. Details of that story is on page 3 of the Daily Guide. Kojo, you've been very big on this particular project, but story is on page 3. Gapoha Board Chair has been speaking. Well, Ashanti NPP Council of Elders backs Afoko for chairmanship. The race to the internal elections in the MPP has started, right? Gaining grounds. A story is on page 6 of the Daily Guide this morning. And Achim Ebuakwa declares a Treso Hene persona non grata. I've just been learning that it means that basically you're not, shall I say, non-existent, or you're, in their cycle. In fact, he's been banned from attending most of the traditional and public events as well. Now, KNUST secures 400 million Ghana cedis Get Fund contracts for teaching hospital. That's really good to know. Story is on page 3 of the Daily Guide as well. And Christian Divine Church calls for peace.
That's my first church.
That's your first church. Basically, like Okwenuya now Akufo-Addo, and I said that's you used to.
For the first time before I moved to Methodist.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I belong to the church, I'll be asking why did you move? But yeah, stories on page 6 of the Daily Guide this morning. Now, I was financially stable before I got married. If you followed that interview by RNAQ and the delay over the weekend, he's been trying to explain what's happening in regards to his divorce, and says that he's been making some money before he got married. Well, good to know. Stories on page 6 if you're interested in people's divorce and issues. Go is on page 6. And that's it for the Daily Guide. Prince Wright Graphic Business City Slide Test BOG's policy resolve. Story is on page 6 of the graphic business this morning as well. Zen listing signals local ownership, capital market growth, says Jonah on page 2. Review minerals revenue allocation to strengthen MIF investment capacity. The CSOs have been speaking. Stories on page 8 and 9 as well. 49 days to save the stars, and we are asking whether or not our new coach can really bring the ultimate, or can survive Ghana's ultimate text, knowing that Ghana, everybody's a coach. Me come one. The Ghanaian publisher, Council Heath Goldfield's deal. Story is on page 3, and this demand is by Bondi residents. Kojo, that's how you say the community, right? Bondi.
Yeah.
Bondi. Yes. And the photo of the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Kofi Ama Boa, is on there. Heath Goldfields is still in the news, Kojo. And I really wonder when we can get a solution.
Well, it lies with the ministry.
It does. It really does. They've been revoking some licenses, so I like to think that they look into most of the requests.
I only have one question. Heath is by a Ghanaian, right? Why they should back him? Because our agenda now is to get more Ghanaians to play in the mining sector. So back him. Let's find solutions. Every problem has
to be a solution. Okay. Ejimura cash hits ground. The story as well is on page 2 of the Ghanaian publisher. Story about the Ebuakwa Treso Hene also being banned is still in the story. AUCB elects first female SRC president. Go. Congratulations. I should have get her name so that we celebrate her proper, Kojo. I'll go to the next paper. The New Finder. FinTech growth must translate into real financial gains. BOG Deputy Governor has been speaking. Story is on page 6. And the Ghana Stock Exchange market cap hit 279 billion Ghana cedis, I think, at the end of the just over the weekend. That's how much they've been hitting. Fiscal discipline drive decline in debt to GDP ratio. Story is on page 2. And Mine Workers Union reject contract mining push for major firms. Yeah.
They're talking about salaries, conditions of service. They say locals don't give them the best conditions of service.
But you are here actually negotiating for the local owners to be given the licenses.
No, the local.
There's a challenge.
I'm talking about Heath has been given the contract already.
I agree.
So
and I'm saying that these are the related matters, right? Where a local person owns the business and
we have to tell them to do better, that's all.
That's right then. Okay, other story, other newspapers, quickly, if we do have that. Daily Graphic, of course. Immigration seeks private sector support. Stories on page 13. Grant Forestry paramilitary powers. Chief Executive Officer demands. And Asante Henny unveiled Build Ghana Now campaign initiative to accelerate development. Story is on page 13. And Pekin Energy's CEO named Young Global Leader. Story is on page 3. The women are winning this morning.
And this lady is a solid young lady.
Tell me about her. That's really cool. Maybe I should sit down with her on personality profile.
You have to, yeah.
We'll do.
The candidate.
Okay. Okay. Will that be all for the newspapers? Okay. What's the headlines without myjoyonline.com? Top story. Energy Minister John Jinapo will today on Monday, April 27 at 2 p.m. Address the media. I hear there's a major shake-up in the Ashanti region.
They've asked the CEO of GRIDCo to step aside, and they've also done some major shake-up in Ashanti region, ECG. I'm sure they're going to brief us on what their findings are with regards to that.
Will that bring the lights back?
Yes, that's a question.
Yeah.
But the young lady you asked, her name is Muniratu Mohammed.
Congratulations, Muniratu Mohammed, to being elected as SRC president. So, well, that will be... Is that a story?
Hey,
what's that?
Pythons take over transformer.
Well, if it is anything snake, I'm not turning. No. Is it behind me? Please take it off. Well, Kojo. So tell the story. Tell them quickly so that we move.
So it is Pythons have taken over transformer. Okay, so he says that.
It's in Ghana here.
Oh, take it up. Take it up. Let me read it. Okay, so. But I think they caught it. Hey, don't ask me yet. This one.
Okay, let's remind them that the AM show. So this is it Ghana here. They took over in Ghana here.
This is Amojo.
There are Pythons in Ghana.
Oh yes, of course.
Well, the AM show is sponsored by Shield Silicon Paint, from Azar Group, Syntex Pipes, and Time Herbal Mixture. Let's tell you about this one, ladies and gentlemen. As we enjoy today's moments, remember to keep your body refreshed and your energy right with Fresh Drops Still Natural Mineral Water. Fresh Drops Still Natural Mineral Water. It's not just any water, it's natural and mineral rich. That keeps you going, whether you're dancing, whether you're cheering, networking, or simply enjoying the moment. Fresh Drops Still Natural Mineral Water helps you stay cool, refreshed, and fully present. So grab a bottle, available in 500 ml, 200-liter jars, and sachets. Now for bulk purchase, kindly call 05522502900, 05522509220. Kojo, that will be all, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, let's get into the matters arising and welcome my guests in studio. James Kwabena Bonfe Jr., a CEO of Census and also a lecturer at UPSA. He's here in the studio. We also have Dr. Victor Doke. He's lecturer at Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. He is joining us via Zoom. We're expecting to be joined by Vicky Bright, former legal advisor to former President Akufo, a lawyer and an entrepreneur. Lom Nuku Alija is lawyer, lecturer, and energy expert. And Daniel Ni Kwate Titus Glover is former Greater Accra Regional Minister and MPP's national organizer aspirant. Okay, so there you have it. Gentlemen, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kojo.
Okay. Let's start with what's happening in Mali, because we heard yesterday that the militants waged a war on a community which is close to the capital, and that resulted in the killing of defense minister. We told that there was a bombing close to his house. He and two other members of his household died in the process. What does that mean for the peace of the regional, the sub-region? Let me start with Dr. Victor Doke, because that's his area. Doc, I'm grateful to you for joining us.
Thank you.
What does this portend for Mali itself and the security and peace of the sub-region in general?
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Did you hear my question?
Yes. Good morning to you and then the co-panelists in the studio. So with regards to what this means for Mali themselves and then the peace and security in the sub-region, specifically the Sahel, it means the uncertainty still remains as to whether we're going to see some improvement in security-related issues when it comes to the Sahel, Mali, Niger, and the rest. Now, what happened yesterday is sending a strong signal or means that hitherto years back when we know armed groups who were not organized, didn't have a well-structured operational system, it's not the narrative anymore. Now, armed groups have become very much structured, very well organized, have a financing mechanism with regards to their operations and activities, and have sponsors. One other thing too we have to notice, the fact that they are no more willing to act individually, but would be willing to coordinate or cooperate with other affiliates or other armed elements to achieve a certain goal, so that in the end they can split whatever that they have acquired or whatever. That is what is going to happen. Now, this issue or incident that has happened in Mali with regards to the killing of the defense minister, and then they would topple down areas where the military were positioned to repel them. They will fall. What is going to happen is we may have in the long term a split Mali, north and south, and that is going to be dangerous for the Sahel region. Talking about we in the coast also. Now, regional bodies need to come in ASAP. And when I say ASAP, even before ASAP, because then the situation will get dire. We are looking at the insecurity that's going to build up, and then the momentum in which it's going to build up, nobody can control it. Not even the Malian government can control it. And this would also send a signal to other armed groups in Niger, in Burkina, and northern part of Togo and Benin to also have some kind of momentum to try and then collaborate with other affiliates armed groups to try and attack or cause havoc. We are in an uncertain situation for we especially bordered by countries that have experienced activities of armed elements. So Kojo, the situation is very, very dire. The ECOWAS needs to come in, AU needs to come in. We've talked about African Standby Force. We don't know where it is operationally. Countries have their defense ministers. West African countries have their defense ministers go to sit and then plan on how to respond to such situations. Now, let me talk about the AES themselves, because as Mali is part of it. The uncertainty about this new framework and what collaborations or coordinations they have to do with regards to such, armed elements, for which specifically was the reason why they toppled the government, the democratic government. It's uncertain. They themselves are lacking with regards to finances, capacity, and then equipment to fight these armed groups. Remember, they sent out, peacekeepers. We talk about the MINUSMA, United Nations Multidimensional Integrated Stabilization Mission in Mali. Before then, it was the AFISMA, the African-led International Support Mission in Mali. And then MINUSMA came in after AFISMA. We know how they asked all these missions, or the missions ended. And then some of us were very, very critical about the issue that sending these missions out will mean you don't have any kind of collaboration with regards to intelligence gathering, with regards to how you're going to fight the war against armed elements. And this is where we are. But it will get worse.
But once they moved out of the ECOWAS, can ECOWAS then do something? Because they are part of the AESL, as you mentioned. Can ECOWAS intervene if they are not member states?
Kojo, the discussion or argument has been that if they are no more part of ECOWAS, connected to the other, peripherals like economics, trade, energy, and whatnot, do we then allow them, if they topple or the government topples, goes down in the security front, the security front is more important. It affects all of us than any other thing. Now, there are discussions behind the scenes although it hasn't come out, engagements behind the scenes with regards to how they can come back to ECOWAS. You remember, we as a country, Ghana, have an envoy to what? Envoy to the Sahel, that in the person of Lieutenant Colonel retired Bavola. Now, other international organizations, the EU has also followed suit with an envoy to the Sahel.
You see him in the smoke.
We have also taken that steps. EU has followed suit. And all these signals, the discussions in the background with regards to how we can be able to either assist them or collaborate or coordinate in the security front. Because you can't say, Kojo, that if they are out of ECOWAS, we are close.
These people, are they in support?
And then if something happens on the security-wise, you would expect that you need to collaborate with them. And so the fact that they are out of ECOWAS doesn't mean we should leave them for them to go on this fight alone. I can understand where ECOWAS and AU will be coming from. And hence, they may even have issues with us with regards to our envoy to the Sahel and how we are, collaborating with them closely on all of that. But for we know why. It's for the security of our nation, our sovereignty, which will be threatened if these countries go down. We are talking about inflows, proliferation of small arms, light weapons, armed elements coming in and going out as they want. The system will be disrupted. So in as much as, yes, they've gone out of, a system that we all recognize, how best can we also engage them at the sidelines in the security front so we don't lose out at all if anything should happen, Kojo?
I'm grateful for joining us here. But finally, the defense minister who was killed, I'm told you would describe that as he as being the next in command. If he has been killed, what does that mean for the government now? Does it look like they will lose this, or there's a way out?
The government is shaky now because you have your defense minister, who is more like the architect of your defense mechanism inland. You're talking about the air, land, and then on the sea. And if this man has been taken out, then it means that you would expect that morale will be down. A general who has been killed, morale will be down. How they pick themselves up is very important. Now, it also means for the armed elements, they have chalked a great success that has never been chalked before. We are talking about how they are toppling the, paramilitary in there, where these international armed groups who have also come, the Wagners and all that, who are being toppled. It means the armed groups are making gains, and whoever is going to replace, General Sadio has much work to do. But, of course, if they're able to repel the armed groups, they won't be able to gain the areas where the armed groups have now been able to take over. And it's going to be a tough call for the Malian troops.
Okay. All right. I'm grateful to you, Dr. Victor Doke, for joining us here. He is lecturer at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. Let's come into the studio now and take brief remarks on this Malian situation. Let me start with you, Lom.
To see developments like this in Mali, because obviously we know that the Sahel region is quite integrated. So what is happening in Mali cannot be a Mali issue alone. It's likely to spill over into other Sahelian countries and even other countries in West Africa, including Ghana, obviously, because the sub-region is quite porous, and there have been many instances where activities of armed groups have crossed borders, and we've seen that in the past, and there's absolutely no reason to question or doubt whether that is possible also in this instance. But you see, for me, one of the things that struck a serious chord when I was looking at the stories around this is the fact that they were able to kill a sitting defense minister. That shows you the level of coordination, the kind of intelligence, the preparation that went into it and so on. Because as far as most countries' security architecture is concerned, the defense minister is one of the highly protected individuals, because in terms of hierarchy and the person's role in the governance structure, there's always that level of security, because after the president, vice president, speaker, and chief justice and all those things, the Minister of Defense is definitely one of the most highly protected. And for that particular person in that role to be attacked and killed, and not only that, we also see that there were coordinated attacks in several cities. So it wasn't just at the capital, but it was spread across key locations, which tells you the level of sophistication that is at play. And Doc mentioned the fact that, it looks like now there seems to be financing for these kinds of activities, which is quite troubling because it has become a commercial venture beyond just issues pertaining to security. Now, beyond that, we also know that Russia is at play in Mali and the Sahel, because, there's a lot of, they are using a lot of Russian mercenaries and Russian security forces. Part of the reason is because, as you know, most Francophone countries are moving away from the France domination for many years. So one of the alternatives that they are also considering is Russian. And from one of the reports, I've seen that even a Russian operative was also killed. So it tells you that the sophistication of this armed group is not one to be taken lightly, and the implications for the sub-region. ECOWAS has issued statements, the EU has issued the UN, everybody, because, like I said, it's a big issue. We in Ghana, for instance, have a special envoy to the Sahel, which is in the person of Colonel Latte. So obviously, I expect that our envoy, together with key officials of government, are keeping a close eye on it, including the foreign ministry, because, as I said, these things have a way of perhaps spiraling beyond the country in question to other countries that perhaps may have implications for Ghana. We have recently, launched the visa-free policy for West Africa, even though we know Mali and the other Sahel countries have withdrawn from ECOWAS officially, but they are still part of Africa, and they are also obviously welcome to come to Ghana. But that further highlights the need for us to deepen the security checks in terms of people who are going to come in and so on. I recall several years ago when there was a terrorist attack in Côte d'Ivoire. It prompted Ghanaian hotels to start checking when you get to the hotel. Because it happened at a resort on the coast, which was alleged to have been done by militants from the Sahel, just like something like what we are talking about here. And then Ghanaian hotels started putting in place those mechanisms where if you are entering, they have to check your vehicle. So now today you go to some of these hotels and basically they wave you in. You see, they wave you in. It's not as stringent as it was or what triggered that change. But these are the things. Security should not be taken lightly. Okay. Visible security as well as, the intelligence side of it, where we are gathering enough information and intelligence to know at any point in time what the risks are, what the threats are, and what the state security apparatus need to do, because it's clear that Mali did not see this coming. Okay. And it really puts our security forces in a place where we need to also be very vigilant to ensure that nothing like this happens here or in the sub-region. Yeah.
Titus, yesterday I was having a conversation with someone, and he said, once a coup happens in a country, some other grouping would also want to do it. So then there's that cycle of coups after coups. What must be the solution to this? That because these guys came through a coup, some people would also want to take them out and come into government through a coup.
You mean here in Ghana?
No.
Or in the Somali?
Yes. And the country that have military governments now.
First of all, good morning to your viewers, your good self, Elom and Obna, Emefa and the team behind the scene. I think that ontologically there is a problem that we need to identify. You recall that since France was kicked out in these three nations, it looks as if some people, so to speak, are not comfortable with what is happening. Because most of their natural resources have been nationalized, particularly in their mining sector. And you could see that it's becoming more challenging in terms of security. Now, when Dr. Doke was giving his contribution, he touched on two things: funding source and supply. So in the fight against this insecurity, if the funding of these rebels are not checked, are not controlled, are not cut off, there cannot be no peace in these three Saharan countries. You understand? There can be no peace in these Saharan countries. So the question is, who is supplying and who is funding this insecurity in these countries? The AU and ECOWAS intelligence community must help us. Okay. Because these hoodlums are not working in a vacuum. There's a backing, money, and supply of weapons. So it is something we need to look at it. So if there's good coup, d'etat, and all this, there are some characters behind the scene who are pushing them. Because for some time now there's some stability in Burkina Faso, in Mali, and in Niger.
And Guinea as well.
And Guinea as well.
Also has
what's his name? The Domboya.
Yeah.
There's been some quite stability in these countries. So why are people still not comfortable to allow this peace to continue? It means there's something somewhere that some people are interested to destabilize the peace of these Saharan countries and all that. So we need to interrogate this matter very well. Now, the killing of the defense minister, it exposes the weakness in their security architecture. Honestly, if a whole security chief has been killed, either Kabila, there can be some spy within the government of this government, because for all you know, you cannot tell. We've been reading snipers of information on social media as to how the Burkinabe head of state, there were several attempts over his life. And because the people are so loyal to the state and him, at any point in time when monies want to exchange hands, they go and show the money to him. These are the characters who wanted to sponsor me to come and kill you or to overthrow your government. How is it been done in Niger? How is it been done in Mali? So clearly, we have an issue. It tells us that there's a security lapse in the security architecture of Mali, of what has happened.
Intelligence gathering.
Key. Very, very key. So this is something that they need to set up. Yes, long talk about the Wagner Group of Russia. All the three states, they now fall on the Wagner Group of the Russia. I mean, to make sure they back them in terms of their security. What is happening? Because these Wagner groups, they don't operate for nothing. You have to pay them so that they can strengthen your internal security for you. So it is something that we need to look at it. Yes, ECOWAS, they are no more with ECOWAS, because that does not mean that we should throw them away, because the movement of people, goods and all that. But trust me, our borders are still porous. In MPP government time, there was a series of active activity across the northern borders. Since our friends came, things have stopped. The kind of commitment that we're doing across the borders have all ceased. So this should serve as an eye-opener to us. They should go back, because there was funding from government to support the armed forces in all these areas around the Gonja area, the Upper West, the Upper East, to make sure that at least we'll put these people on check. If we don't take care and some of these things, they slip in, it's going to be very disastrous for us. So I think that we still count on our national security, the Ghana Armed Force, to up their game and to make sure that they go back and to strengthen our borders for us, to make sure that we don't have some of these people crossing. Because if they dare, for us, we'll crush them. If they dare enter, Ghana will crush them. Hey, we're not going to compromise. Yes, of course.
You know what you're saying?
I'm saying that we need to prepare ourselves. Because when you leave yourself open, it will slip in.
Okay.
And they do all kinds of things. So intelligence gatherings is so key in some of these things that we do. Okay. And they must watch internally. For all you know, there can be informants within the security architecture of Mali and all those people who relay information, do here, do that. And if they're able to handle this thing, I'm not sure they will succeed in some of these things.
Okay. Let me bring in Kwabena here, Dr. Bonfet. Now, Ghana has operated our fourth republic for how many years? I think over 92.
34?
About 30.
Over 30, yeah?
34.
34.
92.
Can we make this our example at the disposal of these countries? Because I come back to the same conversation I had that once there's a coup, someone would also want to attempt it. How can these countries avoid these coups so that they could have that continuous, peace that will help them in their development trajectory?
First of all, I think that it is important for us to accept that there is no substitute better than the people always expressing their choice as to how to be governed and who to govern them. There's no substitute to that. Whatever form it takes, whether it is through representation or some proportional representation or popular election, whatever it is, the people being governed or the people who are governed must always have a say in how they are governed and who governs. Now, anything that usurps the power of the people to exercise that right of choice, for me, is unacceptable. That's why I condemned the military takeover in Burkina Faso, and I still condemn it. Traoré has no business continuing to hold office, having taken power by the barrel of the gun. So his colleagues in Niger and Mali. Now, what has happened in Mali should be an eye-opener, that those other countries, they cannot, through the use of force, suppress dissent or disagreement. The worst form of a democratic government will always be better than the best form of a military dictatorship. Simplicity. Any Democrat, anybody who believes in democracy, and this is the point. That's why we have got terms, limits in terms of the exercise of power, limits in terms of the tenure or the reign. You have 4 years, you have 5 years, and that's why it becomes dangerous when civilian or constitutionally elected governments try to use constitutional means to entrench themselves in power. And we condemn that. Now, when you take the operation of democracy out, when you take that out, even the right to speak and express dissent is taken away with it. So that is the first point. Now, the second point I want to make is this, and I think my colleagues who have spoken ahead of me have all hinted at the influence of external factors, particularly the Russians. When you talk about Wagner Group, where are they from? They are Russians. Our understanding, and this morning BBC was putting it out, the Russians were believed to have helped all the coup makers in these 3 countries who have created what they call Sahel whatever. As for the propriety of Ghana sending a representative to Sahel, the president is the one who decides. But with all the history that Ghana has in OAU, which is now AU, ECOWAS, and the troops who were called ECOMOC, it would not be right that Ghana would be endorsing by sending a representative to a country which was led by military junta. It couldn't be right. It's inconsistent.
Now, I think the third leg that comes into this, beyond the external influence, is the leadership of West Africa. Which West African leader has boldly had the courage to invite or visit these people, sit down with them and say, look, we cannot have this in our sub-region. Return power to civilian government. Hold an election. What is the basis? Why did they embark on the coups? And now in thinking that you are safe, the military, your head of intelligence, has been hit. Of course, I agree with Nii Kwate that there could be an element from inside, because it won't just happen. But bottom line, be careful with the Greeks when they come with gifts. Those who help them, could it be that they are getting tired of them, or there's a disagreement, as I'm picking from some quarters, that the Russians strategically undertook certain steps, and you know their presence is still in those Sahel nations, to allow for this to happen.
But the Wagner Group is like a business entity, right? They work for money. They are mercenaries.
Of course.
Once you contract them, they will be there to help you out. It's a business wing.
But it's a military enterprise.
Yes, yes.
With a state interest.
Well.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
We are in the geopolitics of East versus West, and if you like, America versus Russia and China and all these, the allies on one side. Okay? How is that playing out? And that is where it comes to my final point. For how long shall Africans continue to surrender our greatest asset, not the minerals, not the diamonds, not the gold, not the timber, our greatest wealth, our intellectual thoughts, to the manipulation of outside forces? For how long? Must somebody be telling us what development is? Who is developing us? Who is not developing us? Who is accountable to us? Who is not accountable to us? How do you replace French or France with Russia and you think you are okay? Or replace Britain with America? Or America and Britain with China? How long?
But they haven't said they have replaced them with those countries, that country.
Look.
They said they've severed ties with France, that's all.
And who is offering them what you call business protection? Who is doing that? They've severed relations with France.
Yes.
And who is giving them what you call a business arrangement of protection? Who is it? Is it Burkina Faso?
They're paying for services.
No, but is it Burkina Faso? Is it Mali? Is it Niger? Or it is Russia? You cannot sever relations with France and say that you are getting protection from Russia. With what interest?
Okay.
So my point is that it's a high time. Look, this was said as if prophecy on the 25th of May, 1963. When Osajifo said that we either unite now or perish. That we need a new type of citizen in Africa.
All right. Okay.
That is where I am driving to. Our intellectual capacities, our intellectual independence, and the commitment that indeed we can show that the African is somebody, but that somebodyness begins with our thinking.
Okay.
Are we thinking as Africa?
Okay. Thank you very much, James Bonfair. Doc. Lawyer. Good morning to you.
Morning, Bruce. How are you?
I'm good. I mean, when they did theirs, I think Mali started the whole thing, right? Was it Mali or was Guinea? When it started, then the other countries also followed on to Burkina. With this starting, you can anticipate what would then follow in the other countries. How do we really prevent that? ECOWAS has spoken, but is speaking enough? And is there anything they can do beyond just speaking?
Well, I mean, they are no longer part of ECOWAS. Not that that matters anyway, because at the end of the day, it's the same geographic, enclave, sub-region. For me, this is actually not just another security incident. I think it should be treated as a major geopolitical shock for all of us in West Africa. And ECOWAS, Sahel, whatever these regional bodies are, I think we need to look upon the issue with we need to see it through a regional lens. Because instability in Mali affects Niger, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and then the wider ECOWAS region because of the terrorist risk to all of us, the arms flows, migration pressure is another thing, and then the disrupted trade corridors. So I feel that there should be a stronger cooperation against terrorism between ECOWAS and the Sahel states, because terrorism does not respect anybody's borders. It comes in, creeps in, spreads out. If there's fire there, we all see the smoke. So what we are trying to avoid is to contain that fire and prevent the smoke from spilling over to the rest of us. For us in Ghana, I believe that it's another reminder to all of us that border security, intelligence, cooperation, and youth unemployment, that's another thing that makes these things easier. Can quickly become all these things when you put them together, they can quickly, very, very quickly become national security issues. So I don't think that we should assume that distance equates to safety. I mean, all these military rulers promise their citizenry security and all sorts of things. And so I don't know whether this is a first crack that will soon spread or this thing can be contained. It's important that it's contained. And one needs to look behind all these happenings. A lot of the time when these things are, somebody is organizing these things. Somebody is funding these things. It's in someone's interest to keep this going. So that is really what we need to look at. What is actually happening behind it? What is fueling this whole thing? I think, my colleagues have also said everything. And Africa does need to unite, just to go back to Kwabna's point, because at the end of the day, we should be masters of our own destiny. We are often like pawns in a chess game, and we're just being moved around the board, just moved from here to there, here to there, here to there, and we are pretending to be governing ourselves sometimes. I think that the time has come, really. The AU has been around for forever. And we are still being funded by Europe, primarily. So if your organization, the AU, that is meant to pull in all these 54 states, all of us together, is being funded by another entity, then are we really serious? Are we saying that out of these 54 countries, I don't know how much it costs to run the AU, but can't each country contribute 5 million or whatever it is? So that even if you need external funding, it doesn't become the primary source of your existence, as a continent. It's a very serious situation. This is continental control. It's a soft power on the continent. So we need to advise ourselves, and I think I'll park my conversation there.
Okay.
I have a few points too.
Now, if you look at it, just when the lawyer was speaking, I was checking how the coups have been in the Sahel region. Indeed, Mali had two between 2020 and 2021.
Yes.
So one, Assimi Goita, I think the one who's currently there, did one in 2020. And then he allowed a transitional government led by
I think, a defense minister, former Colonel Bandao. Then he came again in 2021, that's Goita, to overthrow Ndao.
Yes.
Yes. Then Burkina Faso had theirs in 2022 when Colonel Paul Henry Sandogo Damiba detained President-elect I remember President Akufo-Addo even asking for the President-elect to be released. Then when he did that, Captain Ibrahim Traore also overthrew him to come up. Then from there, it led on. So if the Mali one stands, then you...
Then they just,
Exactly. And so just to add to that, or the conversation. So, first of all, you know, these schools, just as you've said, and I have this general belief that when you come in by the sword, you are likely to go by the sword. Because, you see, people will begin to feel like, why are you ruling when perhaps by now they're expecting that you'd have handed over under some transition? So you see that internally, even within the military, there's always some challenge. As you said, you can see the issues there. Beyond that also, to add to one of the points that Vicky made, you see, and I think Kwabena as well, the point about Africans working together and why we have essentially mortgaged everything about our destiny to the West is so serious that the AU head office was itself built by China and given to us as a gift. In fact, basically, they built the head office and then just said, here are the keys, go inside. And you see, look at the symbolism of that for the entire continent. It is wrong. Terrible. And that's it, as Vicky said, in terms of funding and so on. But I wanted to make a few points about something also. Besides the Sahel, I also saw a story last week about an attempted coup in Nigeria. There was an attempted coup in Nigeria, yes. In Nigeria also, they've arrested some people, attempted coup, but of course it didn't happen. So, just going to prosecute them. And they've also raised issues about, they say they are innocent behind and so on. But Dr. Dorkin made a point about small arms.
Let's wrap up and one.
Yes. Small arms proliferation in West Africa. And that's one of the things in Ghana as well. You know, recently, Small Arms Commission did amnesty for people and so on. But I can assure you that the level of penetration of small arms in Ghana, that's what is fueling conflicts in Boko and all other places in Ghana. So we have to strengthen our country regulatory environment and so on, including Small Arms Commission, because right now they are essentially an advisory body and they should have more enforcement powers to be able to deal with it.
Kojo, don't go. This matter is key. We are dealing with security here. We'll go there. Throughout our discussion here, Kabila touched on constitutional democracy, where the will of the people have been suppressed because you don't give them the opportunity to be partners in the governance structure of a country. Because you all know that when the military are detecting, there is, you know what I mean? So you don't have the opportunity, at least, to contribute in the governance of your country. So it's key that these military juntas should give room for a return of democracy in their respective countries, where people can be partners in that. Number two, AU and other people must find out. Those who are funding these things, we know them. They know. You think Niger and Kojo don't know? Burkina Faso don't know those who are behind them. They must expose these people for the world to know that these are the people who are making our governance uncomfortable for us. It's very important. Then give it talked about unemployment. Trust me, if there are no jobs, the youth will find other things to do. With the slightest motivation, they are prepared to do anything. So if you don't give jobs to these youth across everywhere, it gives an opportunity for these young ones to join anything that they want to do. I had, during the Russia-Ukraine war, there are some Ghanaian youth who want to join the Russian army. Why?
Some have even died.
Because of frustration and unemployment and all that. The AU must be up and doing. I see them more of a talk shop. Where they go and flex muscles because I'm this, I'm that.
Okay.
They must be seen to be doing what our forebears united for us to do.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Just 2 points, very critical for Ghana. One, those who have the penchant to glorify coups. Oh, see what Traore is doing in Burkina. Please, don't encourage it. It's never a good thing. Second, the connection to wealth, mineral wealth, illegal mining, and the creation of warlords. You talked about the proliferation of small arms. Where are they? Who are the ones looking for these things? Recently, not long ago, you heard about a standoff between, is it the NIMOS group and some miners? Yeah. I did an article in 2005 predicting that if we didn't stop mining recklessly, even by legal licensed miners, we're pushing the nation to a brink where what happened in Sierra Leone, Liberia, for the Sanko and Co. You know, they came up, through illegal mining and those things. Let's be very careful. And in Mali, this is also playing a part in what is going on. Okay. As a people, we need to understand, nobody will build Ghana for us. No Russian, no Chinese, no French, no British. We Ghanaians must elect that we want to self-govern and govern properly.
All right, thank you very much. Let's start the intermittent power outages discussion. I'll start from you again, Doc. I wanted to come to Lom because let me start with Lom because that's his area too. Lom, the government has explained that what we are experiencing now is as a result of transformers that they are changing. And just last week, this fire that happened at the Akosua substation that knocked off 1,000 megawatt of power. Yeah. But other people also say, well, before this incident, we are already experiencing intermittent power outages. So what really is the issue and how should government handle it?
Okay. Well, generally, I would say that this issue of outages more was this year. Yes, it's this year that I started. So in terms of, let's say, its impact, it is this year that we've begun to feel that impact. And as you know, the ECG is mainly within the ECG enclave or concession area. And what they've explained is that they are going to do transformer upgrades. Now, one of the key things to the transformer upgrades is that there's a long lead time to get the transformers. You know, I think I've mentioned on this platform several times that a significant portion of what we use in the energy sector is imported. We have...
Let me say I'm giving you 5 minutes on this.
Yes. It's imported. So even though we have a few companies that produce those items in Ghana, essentially they are from outside Ghana. And there's a long lead time to get transformers and so on. So in order for you to be able to deal with, for example, intermittent power issues today, it means you should have procured over 2 years ago. That's the level of time we are talking about. That's one. Number two, when they talk about transformer upgrades, essentially it is about capacity. So people are complaining that the lights go off and comes on like it's intermittent. It trips. Yeah. The reason it trips is because the transformers that are in some communities is less than the capacity for the area. So if, for example, yes, that area is consuming, say, 5 megawatts, if the capacity of the transformer there is 4.5, what it means is that anytime it crosses the 4.5, the transformer will be stressed and basically it will trip. And the trip mechanism is a built-in mechanism to protect the transformer so that it doesn't burn or blow and anything like that. So upgrade means that identifying your areas that your load has grown significantly beyond what your current transformer capacity is, upgrading it to higher capacity ones and moving those ones to places where there's less capacity. So that one, it will be an ongoing process because, as I said, we have a lot of areas where there's significant development going on. You know, today everybody's building in many developing parts of Accra, in Ashanti region and so on. So that is the one. Number two, we've also seen that there was an attempt, or let's say there was indeed a move of Ameri from the southern part of Ghana to the center. Yes, beyond that also, yes, so that has been moved to Kumasi. Beyond that, we also know that the AXA plant has also been built. There's a new one that's been built in Kumasi as well. Part of that move is to ensure that because most of our generation sites are within the coast, meanwhile, the load is at Accra and Kumasi mainly. So you have to take generation closer. So that also helps to alleviate that pressure. Then you now compound it with the fact that you had a fire at a GRIDCo substation in Akosua, which knocks out over 1,000 megawatts. And that is key because GRIDCo is a transmission utility. They sit at the center. When something affects GRIDCo, the impact will be significant. It's different if it affects ECG, because ECG, their substations are smaller. Yes, that's distribution, so it's localized. You have hundreds and thousands of them. Those ones, if one goes off, essentially, it is localized to that area. But when a GRIDCo substation goes off, imagine, because that substation at Akosua is taking power from the Akosua generating plant and is taking it across the grid all over the country. So you really lose 1,000 megawatts. That's significant, which means that you have to make do with it. So since the fire, that one, there's absolutely, if I should say, it is expected that we'll have power outages because that 1,000 megawatts is a significant loss. But beyond that 1,000 megawatts, the other issues I think are localized issues based on ECG issues, which is why the transformer upgrade is ongoing to alleviate those ones. Once that is done, it should be possible for there to be more power for people who are complaining. But generally, there hasn't been what we call dumsor. You see, that phrase or that term itself generally refers to when you have the rolling blackouts, where you have such constrained generation capacity to the point where you need to do a timetable. We are not in a timetable situation as we speak. What we are in is essentially, as I said, challenges that people are feeling at their localized communities and so on. So once you alleviate those community issues, then you'll be able to give them the stability and power and so on that they require. So let's use the term advisedly.
But Ghanaians won't listen. So once it goes on and off, that's doom.
But we have doom CAC as well. So there are dimensions to the doom and all of
anyway,
that.
Let me bring a lawyer here. Vicky, I mean, we've seen that the CEO of GRIDCo has been asked to step aside. They have done some reshuffle in the Ashanti regional ECG, and that came after there was that concerted effort. I saw it on social media. There are saboteurs in there, take them out, there are saboteurs in there. Is that the way to go? I mean, how does this really help us solve the situation we're confronted with?
Well, first of all, actually, before I even say that, I think that whether we're talking about dumsor or doom CAC or whatever we're calling it is secondary. What we all care about is reliability, clear communication from government and accountability. And on communication, I understand the energy minister will be addressing the nation, so I'm very happy about that. Because the truth of the matter is that we are all suffering. If our homes, our shops, our salons, our barber shops, whatever, are losing power repeatedly, as is happening now, then public confidence is totally lost. And it doesn't become just an energy issue, it's a cost of living issue for a lot of people. So the GRIDCo boss, I mean, saying, being sacked, and all the rest of it. Well, I guess, let me say this respectfully. In Ghana, we often misunderstand accountability. We understand accountability, we treat it as some kind of punishment. And then or sometimes it becomes a whole political theater. And instead of focusing on an issue that affects all of us, it ends up being a partisan thing, with all the political parties throwing mud at each other. But for me, true accountability is really the price of holding public power. That is the meaning of true accountability. And, institutions like GRIDCo and ECG, they manage assets that affect millions of lives in this country. And when systems fail, when there are serious incidents like what we are going through, when confidence is shaken, then we are all, as a nation, we are entitled to answers. Not because we are vindictive or anything, but because we as the citizens are stakeholders in the whole thing. And so I don't think that there's anything wrong with the GRIDCo boss being asked to step aside. What is important is that there's proper investigation there's transparency of that investigation, and there's due process. He shouldn't just be scapegoated or whatever. Things have to be looked into properly and, let it fall where it may. Exactly. Because if we don't do that, then we go back to one of these things that I always talk about, mediocrity. Mediocrity just becomes normal. And in many cases, unfortunately, in this country, mediocrity is normal. And then negligence is something that we all ignore. People you survive it. If you are holding a position of power, you are running an SOE or whatever, you are negligent, it's okay. It's just business as usual. People will chat a bit and then it doesn't matter what the consequences. In fact, there are no consequences. And then, excellence becomes an option. And that should not be the case. We cannot improve as a nation if we keep, swimming in a sea of mediocrity in this country. And that is what we're doing. So for me, whether he's retained ultimately or whether the removal becomes permanent is secondary. The primary issue for me is whether Ghana is building institutions where competence matters and where public duty matters. Because you cannot be a leader and carry the prestige without responsibility or accountability. If we do that, we're not governing, we're just pretending to govern our country. They are telling us that the maximum period of disruption will be 3 months. So we've suffered this for a long time, so let's wait and see. The other thing that always vexes my mind is why we are not doing more about renewable energy, Because even countries that don't get the level of sunlight that we do, they are really, making waves with their renewables. So I think that it's about time that we took advantage of what God has naturally given us and actually, build a robust renewable energy system to contribute meaningfully to our power supply in this country.
All right. We in Titus Global. Titus, Kojo, it's very interesting, eh? Very, very interesting. Why is it that when the NDC is in power, we experience these things? Is that their signature? I don't get it. Why? In President Mama 1, we had this tone on us, and it has come back again. When my colleague Jinapo was the ranking member for energy, consistently was attacking government. Then, yesterday, I was flipping through my phone and I saw their national chairman being interviewed in one of the networks. Both of them were describing government at the time as incompetent because of these energy challenges. Even though there was serious, at the time we assumed office, the dumsor was there. He had to take hard decisions. ECG, there's no problem in terms of the generation of the power, but the distribution, i.e. the role of Electricity Company of Ghana. The dismissal of the GRIDCo boss and the changes, the shake-up is not being dismissed. What is he step aside? My brother, he's gone. Totally knee-jerk. He's being asked to step aside. He will not come back.
He's been said.
It's totally.
I'm told his time is up.
His time is up. It's due for. That's fine. That's fine. But clearly, in our time, there was something they call annual maintenance plan or program, where they maintain the systems, they do the maintenance, and this maintenance is covering what? Replacement of what? Lines. Transformer maintenance installations, substation maintenance and upgrades, underground cable repairs, and low voltage network maintenance. And these were done, monies were made available, are done twice in a year. Before the end of the year, they do this program, they send and it's approved and money is made available. That is why you didn't see these continuous power outages in our time.
Once in a while you see some few things. But the way it is going, in my area in Committee 12, Kojo, if I tell you what I go through, God is my witness. Apart from paying the high tariffs, apart from what you pay, at least every 3, 4, 5 days you have to go and buy. It is just too much. Then you have this one too coming in. So clearly I see this as a funding challenge.
Oh, really?
That's the way I see it. Because the transformers, Lom said something. You need to procure them. We don't produce them in Ghana. You have to import them. So when you have them in store, quickly you move in and go and fix them. And when you look at the kind of things that we are going through, my brother, it's scary. And industries, apart from we domestics paying high tariffs, industries are crying. They're paying high tariffs on their consumption. And later again, they are going through all these dumsor. It's going to affect productivity. If you don't manage these things well, my brother, I don't see where we're going. And NDC is noted for this dumsor that has come. Anytime you come to power, we experience these things. It doesn't speak well of us. It does not. So they must follow the annual maintenance program, where it is budget before the end of the year. When it's approved, money is made available, then they roll it out twice in a year. We don't experience these things. It's not about talking. They should move away from the opposition. This is real business. They should fix it. They should fix it.
But they said they are fixing them. Huh? You know, they are fixing them. That's why we are having the challenges. They said they are doing the transformer replacement and what.
I've told you, I don't speak in a vacuum.
Okay.
I don't speak in a vacuum.
Okay.
At least give me that respect. I've chaired security in this region before. So my ears and eyes are on the ground. Monies must be released. Where you want to control inflation, you don't want to spend and do all kinds of funny things. This is the kind of price that you pay.
Okay. I'll bring in Dr. Bonfe.
Credibility most times is about consistency and faithfulness to words. Matching your deeds.
Cows are trapped by their words.
With what you say and what you express. You know, the first issue I want to raise is that we have a national problem to do with our energy or power sufficiency. It is not limited to any regime. Over time. Because as a country, when we began having mass production of power through the coming of the Akosua-Bui, before that, if you look at the work of my brother Lom and others, we had some power supply in the country before the coming into force of the Akosua Dam, which, heralded the mass production of power. Over time, I think we have not been able to gauge and measure up the production and maintenance of power availability with respect to the growing population and expansion of our territory and the use of power. That said,
but what you're saying is capacity.
Well, right? Capacity and presence.
We are told we have installed
excess. We've always had installed excess capacity. Yeah. That is one thing. Generating and making it available is another one. And that's where they will tell you that along the chain of supply, we get a lot that is lost in between. Why we have not been able to plug those holes that allow for a certain huge percentage quantum. I don't have the specific figures, but it's there. We know that between production and supply, those who transmission of power, GRIDCo, a lot is lost, along the line. And so it's important that we take that into perspective. Why? Why do we have to keep, repeating mistakes? It doesn't augur well for development. 2, the words we say about ourselves, and the problems of Ghana are many. And I say that no matter what any government does, it will not be enough or capable of solving all our problems. So phrases and words like unprecedented achievement, it should vanish from our political commentary. Because indeed, it is not true that somebody is doing anything unprecedented. I'm talking about the past, present, and to the future. We should be measured in the things, what that we say about our performance and so on. Of course, that doesn't mean that I'm saying we shouldn't also celebrate small victories, and we should. But we should allow restraint. Like, Kabachewura J. Brahma told us in supporting the motion of destiny in 1953, that restraint is a key element and ingredient to allow for success. So we should be minded to do that. Now, the head of GRIDCo, Engineer Makawa, I don't know why it has even come up that he has been fired. How is it linked to this? Because the man is due to go on retirement in June. Is it January or February? He was given a letter to proceed on leave pending his retirement in April. Are we not in April? April is ending. So the man going home, what has it got to do with what we are facing? The gimmickry in our governance and politics must stop. 2025, the Minister for Government Communications sat on national television and said the president had banned birthday celebrations. How many days ago, the chief of staff was celebrating his 60th birthday. And see how the entire government machine, the president, everybody who mattered was there.
But there's a difference between 2025 and 2026, not so. Maybe the ban
has the ban been lifted?
Maybe.
When? And we were not told. Kojo, I like the devil's advocate, but this is where it gets serious. That little things such as birthday celebrations that you ban, you cannot be consistent with it. What happens? And this matter I just referred to about so-called the man has been asked to step aside. Really? Is it got to do with what is happening? And in any case, if the man has been asked to step aside because he is duplicitous or complicit in anything to do with what we are going through, does it end there? What steps are being taken, if indeed it is true that he's been asked to step aside, and not what I have just referred to, that the routine, you are going to go on retirement, you are going to go start your leave in April. If that is not what has happened, and indeed it has to do with power outages, and he is complicit or involved in any way or responsible, as Vicky was saying, that people don't take responsibility in our country. If that is the case, what is next? What is following that? The fun is getting no longer funny. The theatrics, the jokes, playfulness, and we come and sit here, we talk, and then we go, end of matter. It must end somewhere, and we should be serious about these things. The last point I want to say is this. Look, some of the things that persons in this government said, and I heard my brother Nikwatai allude to some of them, a few years back, when similar issues occurred, are coming back to haunt them. My brother Lom mentioned dumsor. He gave the technical, operational definition.
No, the dumsor, I haven't heard that.
No, I'm coming. I remember the former energy minister, my senior brother, Dr. Machupoku Prempe, when he said they were doing dumsor, the lashes people gave to him. And today, his words are being borrowed without reference to him. We are using his words, without citing him or giving him credit for what he said then. But we are using that to rationalize something that we bashed him for concession or conceding that, look, there's a challenge, there's all that. And I say this all the time. There's no shame in politics to concede if your intentions are innocent and altruistic. There's a challenge. Let's face it. Whilst we wait for the minister to even come and address, what is this propaganda going around as if the man who is already on leave pending his retirement is being fired or is being asked to go home in connection with outages that the minister is now coming to address us on? Why the rush?
Okay.
We should take our time.
Okay.
Governance is a process. Development is a process, not an event.
Okay.
And like our old people said, "Upatu epo osea etu moja." If you rush to brush your teeth and you don't take your time, you bleed from your gum.
Yeah.
We should take our time and bear with one another, understanding that in our diversity, we can be beautiful.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the CSOs wanting to join the case at the Supreme Court. I'll start to you, Lawyer Vicky Bright, because fortunately I have you and then Lom here, and then potential lawyers on the other side. So I mean, 12 CSOs have indicated that they want to join as amicus curiae so to protect the integrity of our anti-corruption framework.
Yes.
What's your thought on it?
I think it's in order because, civil society exists to defend public accountability. And this is a matter that goes to the root of public accountability. And so if the court allows them to join as amicus curiae, which basically just means friends of the court, to, assist the court in bringing different perspectives to explain some of the technicalities, maybe bring to them evidence of comparable evidence in other countries, act as experts, if you like, to assist the court. Because if they are allowed to join to do that, then there will be a wider public interest aspect to it. For me...
But the case in court is challenging the constitutionality of the office.
Yes, it is. And they want to join to... Because look, the implications of this thing, whichever way it goes, are huge, So, and I know that it goes on to this, the AGs, the constitutionality, the constitutional role of the AG who is not meant to be. He is the sole prosecutor, etc., etc. And of course, the Attorney General's role is important and is not disputed. But for me, the real legal question is whether Parliament can create a complementary enforcement mechanisms to strengthen accountability while remaining within those constitutional boundaries. And that is the real question. That is the question that, to me, the court must answer exactly. And we must, of course, respect the courts and await the Supreme Court's guidance on this. But for me, we also have to ask ourselves some practical questions. If prosecutions involving politically exposed persons must also always depend on the executive's chief legal officer, then how independent is our anti-corruption architecture? That Parliament sought to create. There was a system in place. And are we going to go back to that system which didn't serve us well? You are asking the executive to prosecute itself. I mean, where is this done? So what we need now is constitutional clarity that protects both legality and accountability. And that is the tightrope which the Supreme Court has to walk to tell us which direction we should be going to. And the constitutional text does matter. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but constitutions must not be interpreted in my view, humbly, constitutions must not be interpreted in ways that defeat the very accountability problems that institutions were created to solve. Exactly. Weakening an institution because of personalities. And there's a lot about the whole personality thing involved here as well. We've all heard the discussions, we've all heard the criticisms, we've all heard the arguments. And I think that weakening an institution because of personalities can create a very dangerous precedent. A very dangerous precedent. A parliament created a specialist office because it was deemed by all of us that the ordinary arrangements that we had in place, the previous arrangements which I was talking about just now, were insufficient to deal with corruption and corrupted-related prosecutions. So for me, Article 88 must be read harmoniously with the later statutes that were enacted to strengthen anti-corruption enforcement in this country. I think at the end of the day, this is a matter that's bigger than the OSP, it's bigger than all the personalities involved here. And it goes to the heart of whether, at the end of the day, when all said and done, Ghana's anti-corruption institutions have genuine teeth or just decorative or symbolic teeth. Are they real watchdogs or are they just there for show? So let's see, for me, what I would like to see is for us to build an OSP, whether in its current format or whether it morphs into something else, but it has to be independent. An independent anti-corruption institution, which we are all proud of and which withstands the test of time. The president made his position clear. He said, don't scrap the office of the OSP. And now I really hope that the Supreme Court delivers both. What we need from the Supreme Court right now is a principled interpretation that protects both the Constitution and our national fight against corruption. Look, we are losing about $3 billion every year, according to the Auditor General, through corruption and corruption-related activities. So the outcome of this Supreme Court interpretation is really critical. Are we going to allow that kind of hemorrhage to keep? I mean, what message will we be sending if the result were for us to go back, to revert to the status quo? You know, so something has to be done. And it is, I do appreciate the text, but I also think we should look at it against the backdrop of what I have said and get an outcome that protects the Constitution, that protects all of us and the public purse, and that actually makes us as a nation hold our heads proud and for everyone to believe that we are finally taking the fight against corruption seriously.
Lom, if you look at the statement the CSOs put together, it says, and I quote, for over 2 decades, Ghanaians have made it clear that they want an independent public prosecutor separate from the AG to prosecute crimes generally. The rationale, backed by years of empirical evidence, was that the AG was a political appointee. As a political appointee, is conflicted in his duty, his ability and motivation to prosecute members of his government, particularly cabinet colleagues. And Vicky alluded to that earlier. That yes. The AG, when you ask the executive to prosecute itself, it's kind of problematic. So once this was done, the special prosecutor, in the presence of it, say, the little challenges that it confronts, or it has, what is the Supreme Court confronted with now to choose between whether you allow the body that has prosecuted some people and there is some sort of result that Ghanaians are getting, or you return to the status quo?
Well, for the Supreme Court, they have fidelities to the Constitution and ensuring that we are interpreting the Constitution according to the principles of interpretation that the court currently uses, which is the modern purposes approach. Of course, the Supreme Court is a court that's at the highest level, of course, the apex court in Ghana. So we know that there are many instances in which the courts takes decisions that will ensure some stability and harmony. Yes. But at the end of the day, it is about interpretation. So even in cases where the outcome appears to be so, it is because they have a justification to support it, which means that the Supreme Court is not necessarily concerned about what has happened in the past. If it's a nullity, it would say so, yes. Even though there will be dire consequences for that, because, as you said, there are implications for perhaps past cases that have been decided already. There are implications for ongoing cases, and, you know.
As the High Court said, suspend everything, AG take over, and even declare null and void on the ones that...
Yes, and already have seen, yes, and we've already seen some of the other cases accused people raising issues of that. So it has an implication. So the Supreme Court obviously is going to look at that, but the starting point for the Supreme Court is the Constitution. What does the Constitution say? What does this statute, the OSP Act, do, and whether it is consistent? Because mind you, as Vicky said, and we all know this, Article 88 is quite emphatic that it is the Attorney General who has prosecutorial powers. Indeed, today, whether it is ECG, Senate, police, everybody, all the other entities that do prosecution in Ghana, they take the authorization from the Attorney General today, which is the expectation for OSP as well, because
the OSP Act states that it will get authorization from the...
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And in fact, the bill itself, or the act, when it was being presented, was presented by the Attorney General when he went to the parliamentary process and assented to another. But that's why I'm saying, at the end of the day, it doesn't, even though we have good intentions, we've gone through that process itself is still subject to the scrutiny, which the Supreme Court must do. Now the question 4, yes, the clause 4, okay. Or let me say the section 4, which is whether it is be authorized or whether by putting that phrase, phraseology, be authorized by the Attorney General. That phrase, does it already mean that the Attorney General has given the authorization? Yeah. Or it means that for each case, it must get authorization. Basically, that is what the Supreme Court has to decide.
Somebody even argued that by that, plus the LI that was passed to operationalize the office, the Attorney General is given the authorization. That's someone's argument.
And that argument indeed has been the position from 2017 to date, because cases have been going on, Attorney Generals have been in office, the cases... None of the cases have been stopped or prevented from happening by the AG. What the trigger is that in this particular case, one of the accused persons challenged it, and even that one is subject to appeal, because right now we know the OSP is appealing it, and they have every right to do so. Because I've seen many arguments in support of the appeal. Now you see what you read from the CSOs, supporting the fact that, as far as they are concerned, interpretation is right. Now you ask me whether it is correct to assume so or not, as in the definition that the Act itself gives and what the LI stipulates. Is it enough for us to conclude that the authorization has been given? Yes. So for me, it is one of those, should I say, tricky questions really to answer. The reason is because the practice has always been the Attorney General delegating specifically. Regardless of whether we have the Law Officers Act and other institutions have the mandate to prosecute and all that. In fact, apart from, for example, the Criminal Offences Act today, many statutes have criminal provisions. Yes, whether it is SNET's Pensions Act, whether it is maybe National Communications Authority, whether it is Electronic Communications Act, all of them have provisions which, if you breach, it is criminal in nature, not civil. And many of the institutions, as I mentioned, do prosecutions, but all of them are specifically mandated. Okay. So as Vicky said, in this case, the challenge is that because it's Parliament that passed the Act, the question is whether the authorization is coming from Parliament or it's coming from the Attorney General. And as I said, the Supreme Court will make that determination. But for me, the CSOs taking up this matter in our amicus brief is a way to go, really, because this type of case, as I've mentioned, the effect on current cases and past cases is so dire that we should have more voices at the table rather than just Attorney General and the OSP. Yes, which is why, for me, an amicus brief from them and any other group that is interested can always apply to the Supreme Court for an opportunity to present their argument.
It's bigger than just those two individuals.
All right. Santos.
Kojo? It's good that the CSOs are now having their voices. Because for some time now, they've gone to sleep. Because there are so many things that are happening, and they are quiet, they are not talking. Galamsey is one. Governance is two.
Or do you think the CSOs have been
Oh,
quiet?
please, cool down.
No, I'm just asking.
I said, cool down. He's a low ranger.
These people.
Kojo.
No.
Can I flow?
Because we speak to them, so
Please. But I'm not hearing much.
Engineer
Ashigbe. Fantastic. Yes. Fantastic. I'm talking about the volume. Don't single 1-2 people out. Kabila, my brother Ashigbe, very fantastic. But it's good that they are.
Okay, let me add more. This guy, Sewa. I forgot. Sewa.
The lady, Awula Sewa.
Awula Sewa. They've been speaking.
But I'm saying that what I want to stress is that it's good that, for me, I'm hearing them talking. Now they want to be amicus curiae, whatever, to this spending OSP and Attorney General. In fact, the minority in Parliament had a position on this matter. We all admit here, under Article 88, the prosecutorial powers is vested in the Attorney General. There's no doubt about it. But there was a reason why the Office of the Special Prosecutor was passed at the time. Now, the lack of clear separation of powers, the same Attorney General has ceded part of his powers to the police. I heard Lom talking about slates and other people. Why is the OSP, what do you call it, the Attorney General how do I describe it? So stern on this particular matter. There is a genesis to this problem. Okay? You remember when OSP was on the neck of some so-called MPP people, he was chasing them, doing what is right under the constitutional mandate given to the OSP. Then these people, they were excited. They were happy. They were happy. So, things was going on until one of them, Martin Kpebu, who was consistent, attacking, vilifying, giving the OSP so many descriptions, adjectives. When he was caught in a web, he was invited to come and assist them in the investigation. Then eventually what happened? They said, produce your asset in your name. Then he started ranting, shouting on top of the roof. When my brother, my schoolmate, Poladu Mochri, was invited and kept in custody, he was all over the place. The accounts have something they say, but when you were caught, you were shouting that the whole world must come and save you. To the extent that he wouldn't want to file a petition to the president against the OSP. What happened? Quickly, the majority leader and his chief whip move a private member's bill to scrap the Office of Special Prosecutor. Until the president himself saw that, look, there's danger, to put weight on it. To put weight on this matter. My brother, the issue that we're discussing here and what the group, the civil societies have joined, they are seeing danger because when there's high-profile cases, already Attorney General's hands are tight. There are so many cases that they are handling, which they haven't been able to finish. So how are you able to prosecute these cases? And thankfully, you have an Office of the Special Prosecutor who can also help you. You are all part of the executive. You know so?
Yeah.
They are all part of the executive. So if an individual has gone to court and is challenging the prosecutorial powers of the OSP, the Attorney General will go and support that individual against his own state institution. I have a problem. I really have a problem.
The OSP, what do you call it, the Attorney General himself, when he assumed office, didn't he file a null protocol against Dr. Puni and Dr. Kwabena? These are high-profile cases that have gone through in our time for the past 8 years. Because one of them was their lawyer. He filed a null protocol to get them out. So if you have an office of special prosecutor who is dealing with this thing, I think you need to applaud him. You need to support him. So the Supreme Court must make a determination for us. The prosecutorial powers is with what? The Attorney General. The office of the special prosecutor must give him the opportunity to work. Let's support him. Me, I've been a deputy minister, I've been a CEO, I've been a regional. Me, my name, I love my name. The family titles, global name, I don't want to do anything to dip my hands in the government money. No, this is what is happening. So I'm always in my lane to make sure I do what is right, to save this country. I see, what do you call it, a disconnect between the office of the special prosecutor and the Attorney General. I would have loved them that they should sit together, Jojo, and see what best they could all do to let this country thrive. You understand? The last week when we came here, we discussed about the same matter, right? And according to my junior, Dafia Mekpo, he said he should make an application to the Attorney General. So they can go. Just do it.
Okay.
Do the application. And he said gladly the Attorney General will agree. So then we will continue. But for me, I'm not comfortable of this development that is happening. Okay? I'm not comfortable.
Okay. Yeah. I'm grateful to you, Titus. Let me bring in Governor. I've seen some publications and you say that Ghana's fight against corruption has been undermined by hypocrisy and lack of principle. And again, it is inconsistent to grant power and later deny that same power.
Yeah. You see, there's no big issue here. We are winding round the issues, touching surfaces and past that. I mean, what is the issue here? As a country, we elected to ourselves to be governed by the 1992 Constitution, which came into force January 7, 1993. When we chose that law, parent law, we said, when it comes to prosecuting, it should be done solely by the Attorney General or at the Attorney General's behest. Or, if you like, who the Attorney General decides should do it. When it comes to policing and arresting, the police, Article 200, we did that. Then when you go to Article 290, we prescribed the manner in which, if we want to change any part of the Constitution, how we should go about it. So we put the Constitution into two parts, entrenched and non-entrenched. The entrenched provisions, we say that Parliament can start the process, but it must go to the people to decide how we want that amendment to happen. The non-entrenched ones, Parliament can do it and complete. Now, my sister Vicky made a point, and I respectfully disagree. We were not all united about the creation of OSP as a country. We were not. I wasn't. I've sent you an article I did in 2018. And there were people like me. Fortunately, those like me were not alone.
Okay, you say that
okay.
We are only sitting on a time bomb for any accused person to challenge the constitutionality of the law that created the Office of the Special Prosecutor. When the SP begins its work in earnest, whatever the outcomes of such a case, the effect on the office would be dire for our constitutional process. If such a case is thrown out, it amends the Constitution regarding the amendment of entrenched clauses. Right. And it goes on.
And we rushed. We didn't listen to what others were saying. Look, the late Justice J.N.K. Taylor penned an article in August 1993 about the constitutionality of the serious fraud of his now Yoko. Then in 2010, the late Justice Professor A.K.P. Kluge in delivering the J.B. Danquah Memorial Lecture, touched on the Attorney General's office and the call by people to decouple Attorney General from the Ministry of Justice, and advised that it is not so much that office as the occupants and their fidelity or faithfulness to the law. That is what we are, dancing about. Look, if we were tired that the Attorney General could not prosecute their own, and we have seen Attorney Generals prosecute their own, even in Ghana. So it is not as if it cannot be done. It can be done. It's about faithfulness. Then let's change and get the right person who can look at his colleagues in the face and deal with the problem that the entire nation is grappling with. Now you go and put somebody there who hasn't got the capacity, the courage, the intellectual temerity to say that, look, yes, you are my brother, me, but you have gone off. Let's do the right thing. If you can't do that, you don't deserve to be in that office. Then we went ahead to say that OSP. I didn't go to the Supreme Court to challenge the constitutionality for a good political reason, which was that at the time, if I had done so, I would have been seen as the person trying to stand in the way of Ghana's attempt to fight corruption. Because the entirety or generality of us believe that the Attorney General was a disaster. That office, it couldn't fight corruption. So we must create a new one. Forgetting that, the very reason why we said the Attorney General was incapable, that it was appointed by the President, this office we were creating was going to be appointed by the same executive.
Yes, but at least the two people who have occupied the office have shown us that even though they were appointed, they can still do the job.
I'm saying that. So if you had appointed them as Attorney Generals, are you saying that the reason why you were creating this new office could not have been solved? And here you are dealing with...
Matinamidu has been Attorney General before, or...
He was deputy.
It was Attorney General.
He was deputy Attorney General, then he became Attorney General under Professor Mills.
Yes. But if you see the work he did as the SP, it tells you that he bettered that really of his time.
Where did you undertake that study to come to that conclusion?
Okay.
Please don't
okay, so
don't make that mistake.
What did he do when he was...
I have not done a study on that to speak on that, so I will not even go into that comparison. And I'm saying don't do that. It's dangerous. It's unfaithfulness to our constitution that has taken us here.
That is fine.
So this is my point.
No, let's stay here. Now, two people have been appointed as SPs, right? When this office was created. Matinamidu and this guy, Kisia Jabeng. Attorney General office has seen so many people occupy it.
Yes.
Are we saying that the sort of effort these people have put in fighting corruption, the Attorney General office, having been occupied by so many people, have done same?
That's why I'm asking you if you have done...
It's not about studying, but we've all been...
Hold it. Every day, the Attorney General's office is fighting corruption. Yeah. They are prosecuting cases. And Justice A.K.P. Kulje said this. We have the penchant to rule out laws when they don't work to our satisfaction. And then all of a sudden we say it's a bad thing. We should scrap it. We should get... And that is what is happening here. Okay. Now, the issue, you see, this matter...
Okay. Wrap up for me. Our time.
Look. This is occupied by an Attorney General and a government whose side in Parliament during the creation of the OSP built a consensus around having it. Today they go to the Supreme Court and say that what they did through consensus lacks legality. Are they consistent?
Okay. All right.
That's one. Please hold on. You see, Kojo, don't let us rush as we rushed in doing things and we are where we are today. That's what is happening. We rush things. Let's be patient. For me, even though I was not in agreement with the creation of the OSP, because in my view, my considered view, I felt that it amounted to an amendment of Article 88.4, which was entrenched. Others felt, no. I caved in to the extent that as I sit here, I made a reference to the OSP office about an incident that they failed to go into. But that's another matter. We caved in and said, let it work. What is causing the recent problem? The recent problem is caused by the fact that an occupant of the AG's office is failing to see eye to eye with the OSP office in working together, to the extent that he has gone to the Supreme Court to side with the plaintiff who is questioning the legality and the constitutionality of the OSP. That is where we are today. And don't forget that, you see, at the end of the day, the Supreme Court will take a certain position. And even the Supreme Court is guided by rules as to how they interpret. It's not that they will just interpret whimsically or capriciously. No, they are guided by rules and whatever. But the most important thing is not just even the rules that guide them, but the spirit with which they approach the rules that guide their activity. And I'm asking this, if we all at some point converged, and that's where I will agree with my sister, that the OSP must come in to complement or help in the fight against corruption. What is it today that is creating this?
Okay, all right.
It is simply our lack of principle or failure to abide by it, our inconsistencies, and not being faithful to ourselves.
Okay, all right. One of our viewers says, OSP is dealing with 130 plus cases. The 12 prosecutions ongoing but not stored involve huge amounts. 100 cases by the AG may be equal to one OSP high-profile corruption case. That's what one of our viewers has brought in. We need to wrap up this.
Just 1 minute. I think
1 minute is too much. I'm going to give you 30
seconds.
But we need to deal.
So just one point I want to make about when cases come about the constitutionality of any matter, it is important that we separate conversations or points made by lawyers before they assume the office. It's important because, you see, when an issue comes and AshantiGold has to respond, it is not their personal view from before that they have to take to the Supreme Court. They have to engage their deputies, engage the state attorneys, engage the principal. Let us come to a considered position which you can present as an Attorney General.
Okay.
If we don't make that point clear, what it means is that if I have a view about interpretation, when I become Attorney General, in spite of all the advice, for example, I receive from other lawyers or senior colleagues from the Attorney General, I should go and write what I've said. No.
Okay.
Let us be very clear about that.
From the position of the office.
Yes, it is a state. The office must give a position which is considered.
Okay. All right.
Let's be clear.
No, but for consistency's sake. I thought you are wrapping up. No, wait.
Our time is up.
Wait. But when you do so,
yes,
and it is inconsistent with the position you held earlier, let the people know as well. It has to credibility.
Okay.
As now the AG has.
It has to credibility.
Kojo, my take on this matter is that the two gentlemen must smoke the peace pipe, whatever the smoke is coming from.
Okay.
For the sanctity of the state.
Okay. And the government must not be seen as fighting somersaulting on his commitment to fighting corruption.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful. This one says, hello, Sammy. Good morning. I'm watching you live from Agona Swedro, and I send my greetings to your panelists. You always brighten our morning with amazing content. Best wishes from Akosua Travels Limited to you all. Okay, thank you very much. This is coming from my floor mate in the university, someone who inspired me a lot to do the sort of businesses I do today. It's this guy who did it, Father. We call him Father. All right. So thank you for coming. Lom Nuku Alija is a lawyer, lecturer and energy expert. Earlier, he had Dr. Victor Doke. He's a lecturer at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. Victoria Bright is a former legal advisor to former President Akufo. She's a lawyer as well and an entrepreneur. Dr. James Kwabra Bomfa Jr. is CEO of Census and a lecturer at UPSA. And he also had Daniel Titus, Ni Kwate Titus Glover, former Greater Accra Regional Minister and MPP's national organizer aspirant. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming. We have a lot for you here on the show. Do stay with us. We'll be right back.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more.
EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Eye bribi kitua bi na yede bo nya yedo ho ban. Ohwepa enye dede na emom eni se obenya bre ahweyie ne enioma kitua bi a yebeye no yie.
Oja ashwaye she asefremeso na hwe me hu ye de biara.
Good conduct, great life is brought to you by
Indomie.
Tastes great.
More Kivo inside. Kivo Gari Soaking Mix. Taste of Ghana.
Changing, so should you. If you're dreaming, don't be afraid. And in the valleys, keep your head up high. Got to dream with Puma drinks. Yeah, believe it, you can achieve. Oh yeah, clap your hands for the whole new vibe. Make we set the oh yeah, come alive. Let me hear you.
Puma Drinks, a whole new vibe. Another quality product from Casa Precon.
This advert is FDA approved.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Welcome to Malcolm, where shopping is a musical experience for all generations. Granny's Let's Roll It Back.
Malcolm got now we did for you. Malcolm's got it all for me and you. Life made so easy, lemon squeezy, shopping made easy. Sometimes money day, sometimes some way out of budget. Malcolm's easy. The price is right.
The price is right.
The price is nice.
The price is nice.
Fresh with the vibes, unbeatable. Do the price they fly.
Do the price they fly.
Your number one stop shop, number one. Your number one stop shop, Malcolm. Malcolm got now we did for you. Malcolm's got it all
where Ghana shops. Bring back home the experience. Bring home the experience.
Hello, thank you so much for staying with us. This is the AM show. Now, let's talk about tax and particularly by the GRA. So this month, they have decided to dedicate the month of April to educate you or create a lot more awareness about tax collection, and you as well filing your tax, why you must do it. And they have titled it as Tax and Good Governance Month. And this morning, I'm joined by Cephas Makafui-Zoga, his Senior Revenue Officer at the GRA. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, so first of all, why are we deciding to talk about this in April? What is this about?
Okay, so basically we want to encourage compliance. We want to help everybody file their tax returns because it's by law, everyone is supposed to file their return on or before the 30th of April. So we want to increase compliance by encouraging every one of us to file our returns.
Okay. Well, but why must I concern myself with filing my tax returns?
Wow. Because the law says that everybody should file their return. Individuals are expected to file their returns. Companies that are registered with Registrar General are also supposed to file their returns. So companies, limited liability companies, partnerships, sole proprietors, everyone is supposed, once you earn an income, you are supposed to file your return, whether here or abroad.
Okay.
So if you're a resident person and you earn an income outside the country, you also need to file your return. You are just declaring your income. Doesn't mean that you are paying taxes. So you declare and then we compare with the taxes you have already paid.
Okay.
If they are more, then it means if whatever you have declared is more than what you have paid, then it means you are paying a difference.
Now let's get clarity. You filing your returns and you as well paying, what's the clear difference?
Okay, so basically filing your return is declaring. So you are just telling the GRA, this is what the income I have gotten within the period, which is the previous year.
Okay.
So once you have told GRA, this is the income I have gotten, then we'll compare with the tax you have paid. So if you have overpaid or if the tax, you have overpaid the taxes, then it means that you can now tell the Commissioner General what to do with the overpayment. But if you have underpaid, then you do the needful by paying the difference.
Okay, this is for people who earn income outside of the jurisdiction?
No, so for everyone earning income. So one, for those who are here and earning income from employment, business, and then investment. That's for individuals. So for individuals, there are three sources of income: business, employment, and then investment. So take, for example, you are earning income from Joy.
Yeah.
So Joy pays you your income. So before they pay you your salary, the taxes are being deducted. But then you could have a side gig on the side. Joy wouldn't know. So at the end of the year, we expect that you file the return to tell us that, oh, GRA, I'm earning, apart from the income I'm earning from Joy, I also have additional income from other sources.
Even if that other sources as well is withholding your tax as well?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Even though those other sources would have been withholding the taxes, it could be that those taxes are on account. So it could be final taxes, it could be non-final taxes.
Okay.
So if they are non-final taxes, then by adding them, you would have to pay the difference. If they are final taxes, then it means you are good to go.
Okay, I like that to say we're good to go. In very simple terms, you mentioned, you classified them, you said business,
employment, and then investment.
Okay. Which one of these is quite complex or simple to adhere to?
People basically say that returns are complex, but now we have simplified them and we have we've made them digital. So you could go to the Taxpayers Portal app, or you could download them on all platforms from the Play Store or the App Store, or you could just open a browser and then go to www.taxpayersportal.com. then you log in with your Ghana card, or you sign up like you sign up normally with your, like you do with WhatsApp.
Okay.
So you sign up and then you create a password because we want to be sure you are the one who claims to be who you are.
Okay.
So we would have to send you an OTP to be sure that you are the same person. Then you can go to file your returns, and then you have a simplified form to file your return.
Right.
Your information, your biodata will be populated for you. So if it's a business that, you mentioned the 3 sources. So you now select whether your income is from business, employment, or investments.
Okay.
So whichever one you select will give you a drop down. Once you get the drop down, then you'll be able to complete the forms based on the income you are declaring.
Okay.
So if it's employment, you tell us your basic salary, your cash allowance, any other allowance if you are getting, then you deduct the reliefs, your SNIT and any other reliefs before we get to the chargeable income.
Chargeable income always confuses tax law students. Anyway, but why do people see filing of tax quite a burden? Why? I see that you have just simplified it.
Yeah.
Maybe this app that you have just introduced us makes it even more simple. But still, just the thought of having to file your tax sounds a bit daunting and quite a burden. Why?
Yeah, because previously you'd have to come to the office, we'll give you forms to complete. And I agree with you, the forms are, if you could understand the forms, but probably completing it becomes a bit burdensome.
Yeah.
That's how come the Commissioner General has thought it wise to digitize it for us. So you could do it in the comfort of your homes, your offices, or anywhere.
If you're self-employed?
If you're self-employed, yes. So you select the business portion.
Okay. Under that business portion, you have
under that business portion, you have the options to tell us your income, if you have fixed asset, if you have any other deductibles. So you can deduct them. GRA doesn't tax you on your income alone.
Okay.
We tax you on your profit. So it is your income minus the reliefs before tax.
We're doing some math here.
A lot of people think that once you are earning income, GRA is taxing you on the income. No, it is on your profit.
Okay. So the current variations in how much a person should earn before they file their income tax, how is GRA implementing that when the government increased the threshold?
Okay, so when the government increased the threshold, for individuals, there's a graduated rate.
Okay.
That is published every year. Or based on Parliament, what the laws enacted by Parliament. So once Parliament comes out with the rates, GRA will now implement those rates.
Okay.
So for individuals, there's a rate that is free, and there's a rate that is charged at 5%, there's a rate that is charged at 7.5%, there's a rate that is charged at 10%, 25%, and then 35%.
And this comes out every year?
Yes, it comes out every year.
Okay.
Based on your income.
Okay.
So the higher you earn, the more taxes you pay.
I know, right? Okay. I mean, a lot of people feel like, well, why must I pay my tax and all of that? I know you say that it is for infrastructure development and all of that, but do you think that the message or the messaging or the communication around why people must file and even go ahead to pay their taxes is getting people understanding the purpose?
That's how come we are doing sensitizations like this. Because basically, government has no business than taxes. So the only source of government funding is taxes. So if you don't pay your little, I don't pay mine, it means that government will be handicapped. Government wouldn't have money to fund the socio-economic activities.
Okay.
Government wouldn't have money to pay the police for our protection, to pay the military, to build the good schools, to pay the teachers, to build the hospitals.
Okay.
And it's even our civic responsibility, first of all. The Constitution says that it's our civic responsibility to file our returns and pay our taxes. And it's even in all religious aspects, we are religious if we pay our taxes. If you go to the Muslims, sometimes they say zakat.
Yes.
Previously, they used to talk about zakat they use the zakat money for the countries. And then for Christianity, even our good law says that we should pay our taxes, should give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and then give to God what belongs to God.
Okay.
It also calls the officers of GRA servants of God. So we are doing, yes, we are doing God's work. Yes, we are doing the Lord's work. Okay. So GRA officers are servants of God. They are actually doing God's work.
Let's do a little bit of education on VAT.
Okay.
What should people understand about VAT?
Okay. So now, For the VAT, we have increased the threshold, or the law has increased the threshold to 750,000. It means that if you earn, or if your turnover is above 750,000, then it means you need to register for VAT.
Okay.
But those who are already registered for VAT and don't meet that threshold, the various offices will guide them to the steps to take.
Okay. What steps are? It doesn't take effect automatically?
No, it doesn't take effect.
If you were registered first and say you're earning 200,000, now that has been increased to 750, you still have to go through.
Yes, you still have to be filing your returns.
Okay.
You still have to be filing your returns for a while till the office gives you the go ahead to now stop filing that return.
What will the office look out for to now give you the go-ahead to not?
They'll basically come and check your books to see if you're actually earning lower than the 750,000.
Okay, but the 200,000 to 750,000, that's a wide one. So.
Because basically we can't take your word for it. You can't take my word for it.
Okay.
Other than that, it means a lot of people will abuse the law by saying that I don't earn, my turnover is not 750,000. We can't tell. So just keep filing till we give you the go-ahead.
So from the time that a person keeps filing until an officer like you or somebody else comes to check their book, and then they see that, well, you're not earning genuinely up to 750, but the law then had been passed, what then do we do to this person who was still filing?
There's no punishment for filing, yes.
Okay.
There's actually punishment for non-filing of returns.
Okay.
So if you don't file the return, that is when you incur the penalty of 500 cedis plus 10 cedi a day. From the day you should have filed the return. So if the number of days are maybe 30, then it means that 30 times 10, that's 300 plus 500 cedis.
That's money. That's a lot of money. Often, when you see GRA, whichever way, no matter how soft or hard they come on you, people forget that they have some rights as well. I hear GRA very much, but as a citizen as well, do I have rights? What should I expect from GRA?
Okay, so with rights goes with obligations. So we expect you to do certain things. We also expect that you also expect certain things from us. So I'll start with the obligations first, then I'll go with the rights. Okay, so the obligations, we have basically fourfold obligations. One, you need to register with us. GRA wants to know you as a taxpayer. Two, you need to file your returns. That's how come you are doing this sensitization. So you file your returns monthly and annually based on which return you are filing. Then you pay your taxes based on the return you are filing. Then you make complete declaration. So you tell GRA the truth.
Okay.
You don't try to hide information from GRA. So that is what GRA expects from you. Now that we are expecting that from you, then it means that we also have to give you certain rights.
Right.
So your right is that when you give us information, you don't expect that we share it with any other person.
Okay.
You have the right to education. We need to educate you free of charge.
Okay.
We don't have to charge you to educate you or to guide you as to how to file your returns or how to comply with the law.
Okay.
We have the right to be courteous to you. We don't have to be rude to you.
Okay.
Gone were the days where people said we were rude or we were, I don't know.
I think enforcement almost looks as though you're being rude. I mean,
the enforcement, it is after we have spoken to you over a time and you refuse to comply.
Okay.
We don't just enforce the law. We come first, come and talk to you, 1, 2, 3. We write to you and even follow up with letters.
Okay.
So if you don't comply, that is when we enforce it. So GRA doesn't get up to just enforce the law.
But you talk slightly about those who earn income, foreign income. The process, is it any different from those who earn income internally here? Okay,
so for the process, one, when you are filing the returns on the taxpayers portal, there's a portion that says that if you have any income abroad, click here. It gives you another form, a separate form to complete. That is one part.
Okay.
You can also go to SVDP.
What's that?
Special Voluntary Disclosure Program. .gra.gov.gh.
Okay.
You still have the same simplified form there to complete.
Oh, okay. So if in the past I was not voluntarily disclosing all this information and I'm just watching you on TV today, you Makafu, and I decide that, okay, well, in the past I was not, but now I am ready. Other consequences to that? Or you be nice and soft and gentle to that person?
Okay, so there are two options. If by this discussion you've realized that you didn't disclose the information and you voluntarily come to the GRA to say, GRA, I forgot to disclose this information when I was filing my return, or I forgot to file my return, then the law says that we can waive the penalties for you.
Okay.
And then if you wait till GRA finds out that you were supposed to have disclosed that information and you didn't disclose it, then obviously you'll be penalized.
Okay, makes sense. So at least you still have the opportunity to disclose it so that you're not penalized. And for non-compliance, what's the worst that can happen?
Oh, you could penalties. You could incur a lot of penalties.
We discussed a bit of the penalties,
so
but
you could discuss penalties for non-filing of the return. You could also get, you could also be prosecuted.
Are there people in jail right now? For this?
There's a tax court.
Yeah.
So, but we'd have to go to court first to find you guilty before we would be able to prosecute you.
Okay.
And there are various penalties too. There's penalty for non-compliance. There's penalty for non-filing of the return. And there's penalty for concealing of information or giving false or misleading statements. There are penalties for all of those. And then there are interest for not paying the amount, the right amount.
Okay.
So if you were supposed to have paid 100 cedis and you refused to pay the 100 cedis and you are now filing, or you were found out and you have now filed the return, it means that the amount you are paying now, you have kept government money. Government could have used that for business, but you have kept it and used it for your own good. So it means you pay interest on that amount.
Okay. So can an employee check how well their employer is paying their taxes for them?
Exactly the reason why we are saying everybody should file the return. How would you know your employer is paying your taxes? You get your salary, but you can't tell. Unless you file your return. That is the only way to find out if your employer is actually paying for you.
Or not.
Because if your employer pays your taxes, your employer would have to file the return on your behalf. And then you are credited. So your employer files the PAYE, which is pay as you earn. Then you are credited with the amounts that your employer paid on your behalf. So your duty is just to file the return.
Okay.
So your employer creates the credits by filing the PAYE and then crediting you with the taxes they have paid on your behalf. Then your duty is just to file your personal income tax return, and then it matches.
Okay. It sounds a bit complex, but quite simple as well.
Oh, it's simple. Yeah. So your employer does his part by filing their PAYE return. So then you are being credited.
Yes.
But I can't tell I'm being credited until I sign up on the portal.
Yeah.
If I don't sign up, I won't know whether my employer is actually paying the right amount or not paying the right amount.
Makes sense. Okay. And so 30th is just around the corner.
Yes.
What's the call to action for 30th?
Yeah, so we had the launching on Friday. We are also having a tax clinic at the head of civil service. So we are inviting everybody to come on behalf of the Commissioner General and then my office manager, Madam Kate Ferguson into. We are inviting everyone to come to the head of civil service center. There's a tax clinic there. We are solving all your tax issues there. And you can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and then WhatsApp.
Okay. What's the name of this portal again?
Taxpayersportal.com.
Okay, it's pretty simple. Cephas McAfee Zoga is Senior Revenue Officer at GRA. You have any final words? Okay, so we are encouraging all of us to file our returns, and we are also encouraging those in the informal sector to also register with the GRA because we want to expand the tax base. We want you to know your taxes, pay your taxes, and help build a better Ghana. Thank you. All right, McAfee, thank you so much for joining us. See you again, okay?
All
right, the AM show is sponsored by Shield Silicone Paint from Ozar Group, Syntex Pipes, and Time Herbal Mixture. Please stay with me. A quick turn. We'll be back.
Puma Drinks, a whole new vibe. Another quality product from Casapreco.
This advert is FDA approved.
Shield silicone paint repels water, dispels water vapor, is washable, self-cleaning, and durable. Now, you can appreciate how and why Shield silicone paint is super strong and thus able to do what other paints cannot do. Shield silicone paint from Azar Group since 1921.
Pace. There is no margin for error. So much here is familiar.
Over 1900 games brought us here.
There is not a sporting heat quite like this.
But history doesn't care about the journey.
The Premier League is the best league in the world.
La Liga is far and beyond the biggest winner.
It only remembers how it ends.
You bought it. It's not a word. You bought it.
8 titles. 1 month of mayhem to decide them all.
Outstanding from Patrick Dorgan.
Stay connected and watch DSTV to catch the football season finale this May. It's on.
Across Ghana, in communities big and small, ordinary people are doing extraordinary things. This is the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2026, celebrating those who are changing lives, shaping futures, and building hope. From Bimbila in the northern region, Faith Jakbasu is transforming classrooms through innovation, inclusive learning, and life-changing initiatives for students, teachers, and vulnerable communities. From Aflao in the Volta region, Felix Akakbo is building schools, supporting students, and investing in the future of an entire community. In health, from Winneba in the central region, Amos Ando is turning his personal battle with sickle cell into a national movement for awareness, prevention, and policy change. From Nkwanta in the Oti region, Bless Lantam is delivering life-changing healthcare to hard-to-reach communities, even in the face of conflict. From Insawamed Wedri in the eastern region, Antonio Say is restoring mobility, dignity, and opportunity through prosthetics and outreach across Ghana. From Adenta in the Greater Accra region, Valerie Ajatia is empowering amputees with hope, rehabilitation, and the courage to rebuild their lives. From Anyanui and Noga in the Volta region, Reverend Christian Valeto is rescuing, treating, and reintegrating neglected mental health patients back into society. From Akuse in the eastern region, Alberta Aite is mentoring, educating, and empowering over 1,000 girls to dream beyond limitations. From Breku in the central region, Isabella Akwabwa fighting period poverty and equipping women and girls with skills for independence. In Wash, from Sirigu in the Upper East region, Dr. Anthony Akunzele is improving livelihoods through clean water, education, and economic opportunities for women. From Akache in the Volta region, Senyor Bomita is transforming communities through schools, clean water, healthcare access, and youth empowerment. And for the Corporate Partner Award from the Cape Coast Youth Development Association, mission is empowering thousands of young people through education, skills training, and community development. These are not just finalists. These are change makers. They are nation builders. They are Ghana's true heroes. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impacts. Who takes this home?
The 2026 Joy News Impact Makers Awards is brought to you by Ghana CEO Summit, a decade of leadership impact. Labadi Beach Hotel, Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. Abakun, Services Bebre, New Crystal Hospital, growing in good health. Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability. Water Aid Ghana, change starts with water. Ghana Chamber of Mines.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without Joy News.
Well, you're lucky if you're still staying here, and if you're like me, you don't have to stress to do the kokonsa. anymore because I've got my two dear ready to bring you everything that's happening in the trends, Derek and Jackie. But quickly, before I hand over to them, a belated birthday to Air Vice Marshal Joshua Mensah Lakai. Yesterday was your birthday, and this one is a special one from Max Fuga of Multimedia here. Belated birthday to you, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have an LPM to do, but I'll defer it to come to you first before I do it. What's going on?
Charlie, Emefa, it's good to see you. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
You for asking very
How's your weekend?
Good. A restful one.
Did you have light?
Did I light?
Yes.
No. Who has light in Ghana?
Wow. I like the point you started. And guess what? That's our very first story for this morning.
Yeah.
Over the weeks, we've had intermittent power supply. But as you know, we don't just come and give you just, we give you just with data.
Yeah.
So what do we know? And this we call dumsor or foul play. Some people are asking, are we really struggling with dumsor, which happened in the first, presidency of President Mahama? Is it happening again? Is it the same script replaying? Or there's some foul play? Foul play, maybe I'll give you the juice later. What do we know? Some 2 weeks ago, in the first week of April, people started complaining.
In fact, it was the first week of April.
First week of April, not having light,
Yeah.
Now, what did we see? We saw 500 new transformers installation nationwide. So they told us that they are making some new installation, changing the old transformers. So it's part of the reasons why some people do not have light. So
I was still experiencing that all from those times, from the first week of April.
So we all sort of gave some grace because, Charlie, if they are changing the transformers, it's for our own good,
Yeah.
But what then happens? Funny story. Akosua power substation that supplies 1,020 megawatts. In fact, that electricity capacity is what is feeding the Volta region, Tema, and all the environs.
Yeah. Ashanti region is also a part.
Yeah. In fire, gutted in flames. We're all quite shocked by it.
Yeah.
And we're quite concerned. Then over the weekend, something shocking happened. And that's, you see, right there's the GRIDCo CEO being asked to step aside by the Minister for Energy and Green Transition, John Jinapo. And that's why we come back to our point. Is it dumsor or foul play? Why would the GRIDCo CEO be asked to step down? Some people believe that, well, Engineer Mark Ewaba perhaps maybe sabotaging the administration. But before we go into the comment, Jackie, just this morning, a story that broke overnight is that, two pythons, snakes, had taken over the transformer at Ahojo. It's just like, shit, ECG problem now.
It's a lot. It's not just one, it's a lot. I remember Nana Banama making a post on X asking, how many reasons have we attributed to the dumsor so far? And it could be legit, it could be foul play. I mean, we are asking the questions. Leave them down below in the comment section if you're watching live on social media now, because we know there's the python, the fire at Akosua, the changing of transformers, and a lot more. CEO has to step down pending investigations and all that. So there are a lot of reasons attributed to the fact that we didn't have light. Because I got back to Accra Friday evening, and from Friday till Sunday morning, I had seen light for just 3 hours.
Wow.
I had seen light for just 3 hours. I had to dispose my drinks and everything in my fridge because they had started tasting bad. When I wasn't around, I don't know how it was like, but that's the situation. And it's been trending on social media. Most of you have been sharing your thoughts on dumsor and how it's been affecting you. We saw a video of Ken Jesse over the weekend when he went to the salon to barber his head, and when he got there was no light. So I was asking, so what did he do? Did he leave, or he has to sit down and wait? Yeah. But I mean, it's not really funny. It's a serious story that a lot of people have been sharing their concerns on social media.
What social media have been saying?
Yeah, so Ishmael says that dumsor is a national issue. Let's eliminate politics out of the equation. ECG maintenance culture is the challenge. Generation of thermal power, solar panels across the nation. Richmond says that politicians are too quick to discipline their subordinates, but when it comes to them, the story is different. It's good to crack the whip, but we must be careful when doing that. Let me pick one comment here. Joshua says that it shouldn't only be about reshuffle. It's about pushing more of your own in there to neutralize the system.
Jackie, hold for me, and that's why I bring in Emefa. Emefa, we're talking about a national issue. People are quite concerned they don't have electricity. And the narrative is that because the GRIDCo CEO has been asked to step down, some people are believing that, well, he probably is an MPP man who has taken over. And this comment says, well, let's push our own people in there. And I put this comment in the, in the slide because then where is Ghana in this? If people now we play it as though if Party A comes to power, we clear out all the B squad, and where does that sit with you?
I think that as a country we have depended so much on individuals than systems.
Yeah.
For example, if GRIDCo operates on the system, the CEO or the boss wouldn't have a choice but to operate on that sanctioned system. I wouldn't take away the human element so that you're not afraid that because this person was appointed under a previous regime, they're going to be taking decisions by themselves. No, I think it will shift to institutional systems. We'll do better, to be honest.
Makes sense. Oh, you're intelligent, pal.
Yeah,
no, you're smart. All right. I like this comment. Jackie, read for me.
Dumsor. Dr. Sharif says that Dumsor Puni na bunsam gem.
Because the heat.
Accra is experiencing a serious heat wave. Emefa, I can't breathe. We've cut down all the trees for development, so there's no air. The place is hot. Light off in any bunsam gem. No.
Someone says about.
Dumsor is the quickest way to get Ghanaians angry.
Yeah, in fact, it's one of the things Ghanaians do not forgive. When it comes to Dumsor, is one of the determinants.
No one likes
Nobody cares whether blue or red, you pay the price.
Smalley says that Mahama said his kids told him about ISO speed. I hope they are telling him about the Dumsor too.
Well, guess what? The Minister for Green Transition, John Jenapo, will be addressing the country today. He'll be on the press briefing today. So hopefully we'll get some clarification at 2 p.m. Clarification on why the GRIDCo CEO has been sacked. And we also told about there's been some leadership shake-up in the Ashanti region. But let's not dwell on ECG alone. What's the other story? Over the weekend, our very own Chief of Staff, Mr. Julius Debra, celebrated 60 years, 60 is a landmark. And so
belated happy birthday to him. April bonds are actually blessed though.
Beautiful. But what happens, it's a story that's already been covered on the AM show, where we see that many people come to eulogize him. The president eulogizes him, the vice president, the church, his family at PIWC Trasacco. Beautiful service. And so after he's done, he's asked he's a celebrant, so if he has a few words, and he thanks God, he thanks the church for being very supportive. But in his attempt to, of course, clear the problem or I don't know the word to probably use for that. The little glitch that had happened, which is
some days ago.
They are very CEO, Dr. Mary Owusi, coming at the Pentecost chairman was not taken lightly, and so he apologized. But when he was apologizing, he cried, and it got people really talking.
He was quite emotional at that point. Yeah.
Well, I want us to take the comments, and I'll give you a reason why this made the headlines and why everybody is talking about it. Number one, the pedigree of human being is, and of course, I have a theory to share to why he probably cried, Jackie, what has the ground been saying?
Well, first comment says that, hey, Chief of Staff, seriously, the lady in question hasn't regretted her statement more than you have, and she's still keeping her post while you're here crying. This will not suffice. Pa Kofi says that they call this just a slip and they were clapping to the fanfully in this country. Alex says that you don't understand what he's going through. That's his pastor, so I understand his emotions. As for that woman, she should take a deeper reflection of what she said. Laja says that the crying besettings. School of thought, two different people. People think he's, very apologetic of what happened, and quite emotional, and because it's his pastor. And another school saying that all besettings is like drama school, part 1 and 2.
Emefa, what do you make of it? Before I share my theory, don't forget.
To be honest, I think that there was too much emotion in that room that day. It was his birthday. I think he was welling up already. There was so much well of tears sitting right here. So just a little trigger must have seen him crying. But this also invites me to the toxic masculinity that we discuss a lot in this country. That because he's Chief of Staff, like,
shouldn't shed it.
I think he can. Like, he's first human and all of that. So what triggers a person to cry, dear? There's only so much we can expect. And people should say that it shows that he's quite weak. I don't think so. People should be allowed to cry when they want to cry. It's the fact that his kids were behind and they were all like, okay, we didn't see that coming, but I want to hear your theory.
Well, Emefa, next time if I have a theory, I'll share the theory before you take the theory out. Because that's my theory. Okay. On the side, I do some little MC, so we MC people's birthdays and all of that. And I tell you that, as you said, there's a lot of emotion. 60 is a landmark. Yeah. Everybody has come to eulogize. The president comes to talk about how you are his friend. The president puts you in the room opposite him because he trusts you. Your family eulogizes you. Your pastor comes to eulogize you. And so at the point where we are saying like, oh, what are your final words? He's a human being. Yeah. What do you expect? That he should be tough? And don't forget, apart from the emotions and all the goodies that he's enjoyed the day, this is his pastor. Let's be honest. You probably have the balls to type very wild stuff on social media, but you will be very... Your pastor is your pastor.
Yeah, and your pastor is your pastor.
In his attempt to more like Anna and apologize for what the lady had done, that's where, you know, and for me, in fact, we're even going at it in the newsroom. And my school of thought is that part of the reasons that the tears should not probably be taken as a taken out of context was because it was the last thing he said. Yeah. You know, he had thanked the president, thanked everybody. Then was like, I can't go without saying this, you know. And so for us, once again, that's a story. You can have your point of view. We also have ours as
emotions
well.
All over, sir.
Yeah, but
I agree.
People had their own comments on that. But what's the next story we have? Saturday, there's a tradition in the US where the president and, of course, the vice presidents annually meets the press, of course, when there's a change in government, the White House correspondents. And in fact, on that day, it's not a question and answer period where you are coming to, you know, ask very wild questions, but it's more of some sweet, you know.
It's a dinner.
It's a dinner. It's an atmosphere.
Socialization and all that.
You get to enjoy with other people. Even CNN gets to be there, whether you support the president or not. Wolf Blazer of Situation Room was there. But everything was happening by the time you realized, Charlie, the guns were flying. And, well, it's told that there was an alleged attempt, you know, again, assassination attempt at the president. And this is the second time it's happening to President Donald Trump. Yeah. But some people believe that, look, it's becoming out too many. Perhaps it's a script. And so you got people talking, you know.
It's not only Ghana that people believe we have settings here, also in the US.
Yeah.
Yes. So, Palestina says that, what's the name of the movie again? The movie that happened.
And Jackie, sorry. This guy will probably believe that it's a movie because even for the first assassination attempt during the campaign, people didn't believe it. Yeah. People had theories that the blood was too red and many things, and we are trying to say the Secret Service never saw it coming. Yeah. So,
second one says that another staged assassin attempt. At what points do they just surrender and release the files? Do you know the files you're talking about, Emefa?
Epstein files?
Yes. Everyone wants the Epstein files. So every time there's something, they start talking about the Epstein files and a bigger conversation comes up, people are like, no, we still want the Epstein files. So every time you could go through comments, international media, you read through the comments and it's like, we still want the Epstein files. They feel like they need to see them and they are trying to use this as a cover-up.
They're changing the headlines.
Changing the headlines. And this second comment here, third comment said, wait, did they just take the guys and let their wives just crawl on the floor by themselves?
Okay, I think people need to see the video so you can get the comments where, in fact, they whisk J.D. Vance, who is the vice president, out first
before
the president. When we know that the president is the first gentleman of the land. Watch the video, bring the comments after that.
What are they calling?
Video.
For you, but it got. In fact, the wife's comment is about when they took the president. The president was actually chatting with one lady, and Charlie.
I mean, it's because probably they didn't. You know, they are the ones in charge. So at that point, they were focused on the vice president and the president, and they forgot the wives. So people on social media were like, they took the gentlemen out and they forgot their wives. So the wives had to just crawl out on their own. Wow. And that's why someone was asking that, did they get Vance off the stage before Trump?
Because we know that the Secret Service is trained to protect the president first, you know. But what other story makes the headline? In fact, this story is quite special because something is happening across Africa, which is quite not funny.
Yeah.
Of course, we know about our own South African brothers sucking the rest of us to leave their country because we've taken over their jobs. But even when we've not finished dealing with such a canker, another story surges where President Ruto, the president for Kenya, is addressing his people, and he sort of cracks a joke. But the joke does not sit well. Listen to him. We'll bring you the juice after that.
Our English is good. Yes. Our education is good. Our English is good. Yes. we speak some of the best English in the world. Yeah, that is true. If you listen to a Nigerian speaking, you don't know. You need a translator, even when they are speaking English, So we've some of the best human capital anywhere in the world.
Comment he makes that in Kenya, our English is good.
Yeah.
But unlike Nigerians, that you need a translator to probably understand what they are saying. Guess what? If it was a regular person that made a statement, it can pass off as a joke. The room, everybody laughed because he's a human being, he's an African. But this is a big deal because he's the president of a country.
Yeah.
Reminds us of the story where President Akufo-Addo was on UTV, what's their radio station? Peace FM.
Yeah.
And Sankana asked him the question about the chief that said, wouldn't you come to fix his road? When are you going to do that? Onkoye. Guess what? The president was coming from a place where, well, Sankana, he has some little rapport with him, and he was, in quotes, being human.
Yeah.
But then the case is different because he is a president of the land. And so it got Nigerians very upset. It got people really talking. This story that we're probably sharing to you that you probably are laughing or cracking about is a story that got people feeling very nationalistic. And for me, why would we cover this story? It's a big deal to us because the demography and something seems to be changing about Africa.
Yeah.
We love ourselves, but we seem to be taking swipes at each other. Today, Ghanaians are sucking Nigerians. Nigerians are sucking Ghanaians. Got people really talking, Jackie?
Yeah, and even before we go to the comments, there was a comment that I saw that, English is not really our native language, right? And some of them are talking about the fact that colonialism, you get it. So it's like you're trying to idolize certain stuff when it comes to the English language. So people were very sentimental and very emotional about this particular comment, as you rightly said, coming from the president. So here's what everyone is saying. So the first comment said, I'm tired of these small African countries laughing at us. We need to show them that we are still the giants of Africa. This is from a Nigerian.
Please hold for We know that Nigerians are giants of Africa. But actually, sometimes I think about it.
Wait, I didn't know.
No, that's actually their term, giants of Africa. Just like how we are the black stars.
Okay.
Of Africa, yeah.
I didn't know.
That's their term, actually.
You didn't know that it was David that killed a Goliath.
Man, Nigerians have gone through a lot, from their country not qualifying for the World Cup.
They're very emotional in life right now.
Charlie,
a lot.
There are jollof debates every time people keeps giving it to Ghanaians. They keep trolling their president, many things, And so for them, they feel that, Charlie, we seem to be losing our grandeur, for younger countries to be taking a swipe at us, Jackie.
G-Way says that no country in Africa dare talk down on Nigeria until Tinubu came. I saw a couple of those comments. People were talking about Tinubu, Nigerians, please. A lot of comments as such. And the third comment here says that roast them, Mr. President, roast all of them. Nigerian English no be good for any, so Kenyans speak the original Queen's language, factos. Have you heard Ghanaians speak English? Though, I mean, we don't want to wade into this debate, but have you heard? Have you heard Emefa?
But the point is, look, let's treasure what we have.
Yeah.
We don't have to, what's the point? It's the same debate about Batakari and Fugu.
Yeah.
Zambia, Ghana, I don't know. I sort of see a certain funny trend in we seemingly always comparing ourselves to the West in a better way, And so that's what happened. It got people really talking about the president. But hey, one thing is for sure, we're Africans. We love each other. And I like what the foreign minister said when he was addressing the whole xenophobic attacks. He made a point that, look, we are not excited that you get to threaten our natives outside of the country. But we are not going to retaliate and do same and say, boots for boots. Then if they are sucking Nigerians or Ghanaians out of South Africa, we're going to be doing the same. In fact, the man in question was, confronted by the people from South Africa, asking him about his papers and all of that. The news we have yesterday from the foreign minister is that they are relocating him to a better place where he's more secured. And so other people also believe that, look, we will go to the same, back to Ghana.
He's not ready to come back home.
Yeah. So that's been up in the trends with me, Derek Elom.
Oh, it's finished.
You see? No, hold on.
It's not you, but...
I know you want more. You see, because you are used to military training, you want more.
Yeah, giddy, like that.
Rush the story.
I like the romance today. Please keep on. Yes.
Yeah, but another story that maybe probably we didn't cover much is the story about. Oh, I don't want to forget this. It was just in my mind. I don't know if it happens to people. You just have the thing and it just dissipates.
It does.
About, in fact, the Black Stars goalkeeper, Benjamin Asare.
Oh, yeah.
Benjamin Asare is currently, of course, after the unveiling of our new coach, Carlos Adeti.
Emefa.
Carlos
Wow. Yes. Carlos Queiroz.
Yes.
In fact, he's made the point that if local players...
Wait, Osabarima.
He has that name.
Yeah.
Really?
When he was...
unveiled. Yeah. So Carlos Queiroz yesterday mentioned that, look, for him, if you're a local player and you prove, he'll pick you. Like, you prove a point. Like, he's not going to say, no, there's a first team, whatever. If you make a statement, he will pick you. But then why does this become a certain story? How does it even turn into Benjamin Asare? Benjamin Asare is the only goalkeeper currently in the Black Star squad that plays for a local team.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that correct English, Puma? Or he catches for... or he,
whichever way.
He catches for Ochima. English is crying this morning. He's the goalkeeper for Hearts of Oak. And yesterday, over the weekend, we saw him doing some intensive training outside of the country.
It's actually become a trend on TikTok. I saw it this morning where people were like, when he heard that statement, he's been training vigorously.
Oh, but that's nice.
Someone will be sitting in the church or then catch the ball. Someone will be catch the ball. Like, it's now become a trend on social media.
But I mean, we are. Let's be honest. Benjamin Asare is good.
Yeah.
But of course, we all know that when we look at the pedigree of goalkeepers at the World Cup, some people are very scared. But guess what? He's currently the number one goalkeeper we have.
In Ghana.
Yeah.
He did well in the Ghana versus Germany match because he didn't play in the previous one. At least he did well. You remember that match?
Over here, we don't praise them. Praise them, bro.
I feel like he did well. If he was in the previous match, I forgot the country because that day we were busy. I was in Tamale. But they scored us 5. It was Austria.
Yeah, Austria.
I'm pretty sure if he was in that match, at least they would have still scored us, but 5 there. It was a lot,
Hey.
Yeah. So the boys are prepping up to the World Cup. We are hoping we can see more local players there. Because let's be honest, the local players seem to have a lot more hunger.
Yeah.
They've not played for
it's something we haven't had in a long time. If you're looking at the old squad, the Steven Appiah and all that, it was one thing that we saw, that hunger, like they really want to make
nobody like Olele. Nobody like Olele, I'm telling you.
And still in the camp of the Black Stars, we all know that Carlos Queiroz is keeping John Pinto, Fatal Dada, who is the goalkeeper's trainer, coach, and Desmond. Desmond was a coach for the under-20 team. He's still keeping them on to continue to play for the Black Stars. And so we are prepping for them. We are propping them up. We're going to do everything we can to push them to go to the top. Have we covered all the stories?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot more. You can still go on social media, Joy News on TV, Facebook, X, TikTok, YouTube for all the interesting stories that we might have not covered here.
Okay.
Beautiful. But once again, 2 p.m. today, John Jinapo addresses the press. I personally want to know that is it foul play? Is it being sabotaged, or they just think that ECG, they don't want to dumsor to cause them so much. And so you can share your comments, your whatever opinions you have concerning the stories you've shared. And so here is where we end. With me, Derek Elon Ashilevi, and I love doing this with this beautiful lady,
Jacqueline and Suma.
So introduce me as this baby.
Definitely. Today I was supposed to introduce you, but you felt like I was looking good in my blue today, so you wanted to introduce
Thank you. Always. You love starting the week very well with us. Thank you so much. Guys, how about the president of Ghana as well organizing a dinner for correspondents? Like, have you thought about it?
I was thinking about that. I was like, when are we going to have
like a nice president?
Yeah.
And like, if he wants to do it, like, I think it will be nice.
He can do it. He can do it.
Every day. I think he can do it. But of course, without any bombs and all of that and all shooting. Our gun culture is very minimal. You'll be fine. Yeah, so President, it's not like we're cutting you to just consider it. Yeah. However, very importantly, every day someone in Ghana is diagnosed with leukemia and asked to travel abroad for treatments. This must stop. Build Ghana's first Center for Hematology and Clinical Genetics. Donate to the Leukemia Projects Foundation, Stanbic Bank, Silver Star, Airport City Branch, CD account 90400043568515, $90400042998889, or EcoBank, still Silver Star Airport City, CD account 14410001. 44545 and dollar account 34410001 44544. MTN Memo 0545013437. Telecel Cash as well 0200 695209. This initiative is by the Joy News Impact Makers Foundation in partnership with the Leukemia Projects Foundation. I always say, do not wait until it happens to you or your family. Please donate to a worthy cause. My name is Emefa Akosua Adeti. I did this with the Hunter Pele, Derek Ashilevi, of course, Jacqueline and Sumayabwa. We'll see you again. They will see you next week, Monday, but I'll see you at 12. Joy News Desk is up next.
Say we all day matter inside, we all they suffer. Something they cause me, they cause you, they cause your son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Man just they think how fast he go fetch up something today. Forget about him, people, make them find them our own way. Forgetting, say the same people put on for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think.